Let's go. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our May 5th, 2026 City Council meeting. It is 7 p.m. Meeting is now in session. Just wanted to wish everyone a happy Cinco de Mayo today, and we'll introduce the new addition later on this evening. Any person wishing to address the City Council during oral communication must complete a speaker's card that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the Assistant City Clerk prior to commencement of oral communications. Speaker cards will not be accepted after oral communication has started. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Mason Okubo from Emmanuel First Lutheran Church, and Councilwoman Diaz will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Mayor, council members, thank you for this privilege. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, guardian and keeper of your people, watch over the members of our city council and protect them. Grant them wisdom and joy in their service. Help us all to not look forward in fear, but rather to look forward with hope. Help us to see opportunity and change. As changes arise, lead us safely through all trials and tribulations, and when we cannot stand it, carry us in your arms. Show us how to serve in effective ways that we might make the world a better place. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please, gentlemen, please remove your caps and face the flag. Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilman Wu.
Yep.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to be reported out of closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor. With regard to item number 1, public performance evaluation, on a motion by Councilmember Diaz and a second by the Mayor Lopez Viado, and on a vote of 5-0, City Council directed the City Attorney to negotiate and draft an agreement between the City and Miley Marakich, naming him as City Manager, and this agreement will be brought back on June 2nd for Council action.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, and then also on item number 2, under existing litigation, number 2, Kennedy case v. City of West Covina. This case is a non-jurisdictional. The incident did not occur on the city property, and this case has been dismissed. Perfect. That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. On to presentations.
Testing.
So I know on the presentations we have of our police department, and I just want to let people, those who has not already known, but we hired 6 brand new officers. They were sworn in yesterday, so we are excited that we are bringing in new officers to our city. But the first proclamation recognizing National Correction Officer and Employees Week, I'd like to invite Lieutenant Enrique Macias to the front. As he's walking, we recognize National Correctional Officer and Employees Week from May 3rd through May 9th and honor the dedicated men and women who work in our jail facility. Their professionalism, integrity, and commitment to safety play an essential role in supporting our department and our community. And on behalf of the City Council, we thank our jail staff for their hard work and service. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Our jailers are an intricate part of our department, and on behalf of our jailers, we thank you guys for your support, and they do a great job. Thank you.
So here's the proclamation, and thank you for keeping it safe, secure facility, and doing a great job there. Thank you. Our next proclamation recognizes National Police Week. I'd like to invite Chief Cortina to the front. Is he here today?
I think
If he's not, can I have someone on his behalf?
go to DC.
Oh, there you go. You fill both roles. So as he's walking through, we are also recognizing May 10th through May 16 as National Police Week, a time to honor the dedication and service of the men and women who protect our community every day. Our officers work with professionalism, courage, and unwavering commitment, often in challenging and unpredictable circumstances, and we are grateful for their services. Oh, there he is. On behalf of the City Council, we extend our sincere appreciation to all our officers for their dedication, professionalism, and continued service to our community, including the one that just got sworn in yesterday. So thank you. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, members of the community. I just want to say, number one, how proud I am of all members of the West Covina Police Department. Very grateful for our correctional officers that Lieutenant Macias is representing tonight as well. And again, I'm very proud of our personnel that are going to be participating in the police unity tour this upcoming week to honor all the fallen officers that we lost throughout this last year, and also for the memory of the fallen officers throughout the years and past. And in talking to a lot of the family and friends of fallen officers, their biggest fear is that their loved one will be forgotten over the years. And so it's so important that we always remember and honor those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. So with that, again, I'm just very proud of everybody here within the police department. I am very grateful to this community. We have so much support from you all, and that does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you for honoring them, past, present, and future. We have something from behalf of the City of West Covina as well. The next one is a certificate for recognizing Baker to Vegas first place. Woo-hoo. I'd like to invite the chief and the Baker to Vegas team captains, Sergeant Palanganas and Sergeant Benitez, to the front. You guys all know how far Vegas is, right? I'm going to bring up the whole team.
Yay.
Well, not the whole, the whole team. Well, you were going to speak up. So, this is not the whole team, just FYI, a couple, but you can see they're all fit, they're runners. We recognize our Baker to Vegas team for an outstanding accomplishment, earning first place in the 99 category for the third year in a row. This is remarkable achievement and a great source of pride for our entire city. So please give them a big applause. They're still fit, and they all do great work. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for supporting our team. Obviously, thank you for the City of West Covina for letting us represent you guys. And thank you to our chief and our executive staff upstairs for giving us the opportunity to represent you guys. This year we finished first place again. We finished a total time of 16:01, which is the fastest team in San Gabriel Valley. Real quick, I just want to recognize the teammates that I have here today. We have Officer Austin Henry, Officer Drew Gomez, Officer Daniel Clements, Officer Martin Herrera, Officer Saul Pena, and Lieutenant Matt Nelson. Just a fun fact, we dedicated this run for fallen officer Sam Riveros, who actually works for Baldwin Park PD. He was killed in the line of duty this month, May 31st, so we're going to celebrate his one-year anniversary as well. And lastly, we dedicated this run to Reserve Lieutenant Ty Covina, who lost his battle to cancer. So it means a lot to us, and thank you guys for your support.
I had a quick question for those that don't know. How many miles was that, and how did you all do that, and all the things to take to get to that level?
Yeah, so the race starts in Baker, California, and ends in Las Vegas. The total mileage for the race is 120 miles. We have 20 runners and representing 20 different stages. That just to prepare for that took months of training, months of pain, tears, and luckily we came out victorious.
Thank you. So on behalf of City of West Covina, we are so proud of the whole PD team, and we want to thank you and recognize you today. Thank you.
I did that. A run. To the IRS.
I'm sure they have posted videos and pictures, right, so that the community can see? Okay. So if you want to look at the social media for PD. Up next, we have a proclamation recognizing the 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and I'd like to invite our City Clerk, Nick Lewis, to the front. Although it is one of the oldest positions in local government, few people realize the vital services municipal clerks perform for their community. Primarily, they act as the cornerstone of their council. They also prepare the council agendas, record and index minutes, and maintain the council's ordinance and resolution files. Other responsibilities include keeping the official records of the city, conducting local elections, and processing permits. Many serve as financial officers or treasurers, and in some municipalities may act as chief administrative officers. You do a lot. Thank you. A few words to say? I know.
Oh, that's hilarious. Anyway, good evening, everyone. My name is Nicholas Lewis. I am the elected city clerk for the city of West Covina. As many of you know, but maybe some of you don't, the elected city clerk position in the city of West Covina is effectively a title holder position, and the real person who actually does all of the work, answering all of your public records requests, and keeping the minutes and everything under the sun is the assistant city clerk, Miss Lisa Sherrick, who is doing a wonderful job. I first and foremost just want to commend her on the frankly insane amount of work that she does with a frankly shoestring budget. And I had heard that over the last calendar year, she had over 1,000 Public Records Act requests, as well as right now she's receiving on average 3 Public Records Act requests per day, which is a pace that we haven't seen in the city in some time. So I first and foremost want to just thank her for her service, and if she'd like to say a few words on behalf of the actual city clerk's office, I would certainly invite that. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. I'd like to thank you for your support, as well as the mayor, council, Myland, and staff for their support with the city clerk's office. I also want to recognize 2 individuals that have been in my office that, unfortunately, due to family situations, weren't able to make it tonight, and that is Monique De La Rosa, my deputy city clerk, and we have Oscar Herrera, thank you, who has been helping out and been instrumental in the city clerk's office this year as well. So just thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you in this next year.
Oh, here. So I know Lisa in her office does a lot of work. All those emails that everyone sends in, all these reports, she works overtime pretty much. So I just wanted to recognize that they do a tremendous job. Thank you for bringing her up. If you weren't going to do it, I was going to bring her up. So I'm glad that our elected city clerk recognizes this as well. So on behalf of the city of West Covina, we'd like to acknowledge and proclaim the 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Thank you. Thank you. There you go, Nick. Thank you. There you go. She takes all paperwork.
Thank you.
So we do have a proclamation recognizing National Small Business Week, and I'd like to invite Donia Adams to the front. One of our staff, for those who doesn't know. It's National Small Business Week, and we're celebrating the heart of our community. Behind every small business is a story, early mornings, late nights, big dreams, and the determination to keep going. These spaces are built on passion, resilience, and the people who show up day after day to make a difference. When you support a small business, you're not just making a purchase, you're supporting a dream, a family, and a community. Celebrate National Small Business Week by supporting your favorite local West Covina spots, because every visit makes a difference. As you know, we have been promoting small businesses. This is one thing that I had implemented this year in 2026 is a Taste of West Covina as our way of promoting all these small businesses. So in recognition, I, Letty Lopez Viado, Mayor of the City of West Covina, do hereby proclaim May 3rd, 2026 through May 9, 2026 as National Small Business Week. Thank you for supporting small businesses everywhere, and we also have Gerardo with Economic Development. So I'm going to have them say a few words.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor, for your leadership and for the Taste of West Covina. It has been widely successful. In fact, tonight we're going to be honoring a couple of businesses, and it's really a collaboration between the West Covina Chamber and the Economic Development Department, where the West Covina Chamber has been really trying to reach out to small business to support your effort and to get businesses to join up and participate. So we've been really busy for the last couple of weeks. This week in particular, Small Business Week is a very important week for us, for the Chamber, and for the Economic Development Department. And again, we thank you for your leadership. We thank the Council for the support, and we look forward to moving forward with the Small Business Week.
Thank you. Gerardo?
This week, I just want to encourage all West Covina residents to visit your local small business, be a patron to those businesses, and shop small, shop local, and shop West Covina.
Yes.
I agree.
So that is very important, shop local. Even if you're going to gas up your car, gas up here in West Covina. All these tax revenues stay in our city, buy the things here, and shop local. So again, on behalf of City of West Covina, we proclaim National Small Business Week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on to our Taste of West Covina. Taste of West Covina presentation recognizing El Pescador West Covina. I'd like to invite Adrian Garcia to the front.
Yay, Adrian.
Fresh flavors, coastal vibes, and our favorite seafood spot right here in West Covina. At El Pescador, every dish is made with passion, from perfectly grilled fish to mouth-watering shrimp cocktails and classic mariscos that satisfy every time. Whether you're stopping by for a quick bite or bringing friends and family, there's something for everyone. Starting today and running until the end of May, El Pescador will offer customers 10% off their order. Simply mention Taste of West Covina on your visit. And they do open late as well, but I will go ahead and let Adrian mention a few things.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Second of all, while you were talking about our food, my mouth was getting watery. So it is dinner time. It is Cinco de Mayo, so we are extremely busy right now. But on behalf of the Ortiz family, I gladly accept this award on behalf of the Ortiz family. But once again, like the mayor said, anybody that's watching, if you mention Taste of West Covina, you definitely will get 10% off. On behalf of the management team, all my staff, we thank you guys and we thank the City of West Covina.
And as you can see the photos, they have all those delicious dishes. What's your favorite dish? Or what's the favorite that everybody classic gets?
It's definitely the lobster trio. Lobster trio is the most favorite. Yep.
That actually sounds good. So thank you very much. They are located here at the West Covina Mall. And on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd like to recognize El Pescador, especially what perfect time, Cinco de Mayo. We have two Taste of West Covina here today in honor of that, celebrating Taste of West Covina. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, another Cinco de Mayo. We Taste of West Covina presentation recognizing Mr. Menudo West Covina. I'd like to invite Roger Mendez to the front.
Yay, Roger.
Even though the title says Mr. Menudo, guess what? There's a Mrs. Menudo. So Mr. and Mrs. Menudo is here together, and we'll also bring up their children. Might as well bring the whole family. It's a whole family support. Come on in. Familia. This is Mr. and Mrs. Menudo and their wonderful children. The part of the clan. And they were all working hard on their opening day. So Mr. Menudo tastes the best menudo in town. Known for its rich traditional recipes and quality ingredients, Mr. Menudo offers a comforting and satisfying dining experience that keeps customers coming back. Whether you're joining them for a hearty breakfast or a weekend favorite, each dish is prepared with care and consistency. Visit them and help us welcome Mr. Menudo to the community. For the month of May, Mr. Menudo will offer customers 10% off their order. Simply mention Taste of West Covina on your visit. I'd like to recognize that they had a beautiful grand opening. It's probably one of the best that we've attended. All 5 city councils were there, and some of our residents were there. I know Jerry was there, and so a few people were there, and they had a lot of people. This is their 3rd place. It's the only Mr. Menudo in the San Gabriel Valley area. And so we'd like to welcome them, try their food. It was wonderful, but I'll let them go ahead and speak. Their whole family was working. It was a beautiful experience, but go ahead.
So I took some time and wrote them. So first I want to say good evening, West Covina. First I want to thank God for giving us health, strength, and the opportunity to be here today at the City Hall at the City Council meeting with the City Council members. Thank you. I also want to thank the beautiful city of West Covina for welcoming us with so much support. These past days have been some of the biggest and most memorable days in the history of Mr. Menudo brand. Honestly, this has been one of the best grand openings we've ever had. Seeing the support from the community and from the city leaders means everything to us. We are honored to have 9 council members from different cities, including West Covina, Downey, Irwindale, and supporting areas, come out and support our grand opening. That kind of support motivates us and keeps us working even harder for the community. Mr. Menudo started back in 2019 as a small street stand in Compton, serving food under a canopy. We started with a mission. That mission was has never changed, to serve high quality food made with real ingredients and give our community the best experience possible. At Mr. Menudo, we don't cut corners. We use top quality beef, top quality ingredients, and everything made fresh daily. No canned products, no shortcuts, just real food made the right way every single day. I also want to thank our amazing staff for all their hard work, dedication, and this wouldn't be possible without them. And most importantly, I want to thank my family, my wife, my kids, and my parents, who always believed in me and supported every crazy idea and dream I had along the way. To the residents of West Covina, we are here. We're here to stay, and we're here to serve the community with pride. We're located at 327 North Azusa Avenue, and we'll love to have everyone come visit us, enjoy the Mr. Menudo experience. As a thank you, we also want to offer a 10% discount to everybody here in the audience. We have the coupons here. We'll be passing them out. We're excited to not only bring great food to West Covina, but also create jobs and opportunities for the people in the community. West Covina, Mr. Menudo is here, and we're ready to bring nothing but high-quality food and great service to the city. Thank you again, and I'll now hand off the microphone to my wife to say a couple words for the business and where we stand in the future.
Yay, sweet.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity and for allowing us to get to this point. We're extremely excited, and I just want to commend my husband as well for pushing so hard and believing in us and our dream and for making our dream come true. We feel very honored and super excited to join the West Covina community, and we feel at home, and we are grateful for all the opportunities that have arisen, and we're here to continue to strive and push for the best and to provide the best quality food and service to everyone. Thank you.
Their portions are big. You see some photos. Come taste it. Try it for yourself and bring your family and friends. So on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd like to recognize Mr. Menudo, celebrating Taste of West Covina. And that is the name of the restaurant, Mr. Menudo, even though they are Mr. and Mrs. So thank you so much.
Yay, Roger and Celine. Yay.
Up next, we have a presentation by Vaccine Vet Clinic. I'd like to invite David Uvaevdov to the front. He'll be making a presentation.
First, thank you everybody for hosting this, and a big thank you to Susie Perez and Vanessa for letting us start our community clinic program here. We've now been going to the Del Norte dog park for around 2 months, and we've had 3 clinics. We've serviced over 50 pets in that time, and even our last clinic we saw 20 pets. We see cats, dogs, puppies, and it's just been a really good turnout from the community, and we're excited to provide year-round care for everybody and bring accessible pet care to the whole community. These are actually some photos from our last clinic the past month, and this was actually the first clinic that we did, and since then we've expanded to 15 parks across LA. So thank you guys for your support, for giving us that and allowing us to expand from there and bring service to more communities. And we're working on expanding that even more right now. We have a very simple 3-step process for everybody. They first come, we have a licensed vet that we try to source locally, and a team of 2 to 3 assistants, and they get a quick wellness check. They can pick whatever services they want, if they want vaccines, a microchip, and then they get all their records digitally right there. So it's a very quick process, and we're looking forward to serving more and more people every time. And that's our setup. We set up in 5 minutes, break down in 5 minutes. We're there for an hour and a half every 4th Saturday of the month from, I believe, 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. So if anybody has any pets and wants to get a quick check from the vet, it's completely free. They don't have to get any services. So, thank you for your support. These are just all the services we offer. We have packages for puppies, for grown-up dogs, cats, microchips, flea service.
If I may, for the good of the group, David, would you mind going through and reading what each of those packages include? That way, all members of our audience, viewers at home, members of our city council are aware.
Sure. So what we recommend for most people is our full guard package. We do rabies for $15, which all these vaccines are generally at a local vet's office anywhere from $60 each, and they charge anywhere from $50 to $100 for an exam. So this full guard package would probably be $300 to $400 at a physical vet's office. And we do that all for $100, but people could also just get rabies, which is legally required, and people come and just get that as well. And then we have a puppy package, which includes 3 visits. That includes 3 months. That's just when people first adopt a dog. And we have cats as well that we do for indoor cats, and there's also a package for outdoor cats in case you have a cat that walks the street and it needs a little more protection. And on top of that, we offer flea and tick treatment, which is good for 3 months, and microchips to protect your dog, which is just one time. And then if you ever lose your dog, the local shelter can scan it and call you up.
David, if I may, if you wouldn't mind, we were talking about the full guard for the cats. So indoor cats are $59, outdoor cats are $99. If you go through each price,
Sure.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
No problem. So the indoor cat package includes a vaccine called FRCP, which is a bunch of, it's like a 3-in-1 vaccine for cats. It also includes deworming and rabies. And then the outdoor cat package is everything plus feline leukemia, which is specifically for outdoor cats. Is there any other questions I can address?
So if I may, I'm going to jump in. So for example, dog flu shot, canine influenza vaccine is $40. Flea and tick treatment for puppies under 6 months, 1 month protection is $30.
Yes.
For dogs over 6 months, $80, and 3 month protection. For cats over 6 months, $60, 3 month protection. They also offer microchipping for $40. The puppy care package It includes their first and second boosters, initial vaccines. If your puppy is over 3 months old, you can skip that first round for a low price of $189, and the kitty package is at that same price. I apologize. I just want to make sure that it's clear for all members of the audience, for those watching at home, as well as for all members of our city council.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I had a question. So how many attended, do you have the numbers and facts of how many participated in the last vaccine?
The last vaccine clinic, I think we saw 21 dogs and cats.
21 total. Cats
21
and dogs.
total, yeah.
Okay.
And I think over the past 3, we've seen over 50.
Okay.
Yeah. There was one time we did a clinic, and I think there was a protest on that day, so I think we only saw 4 people. But yeah, generally it's been anywhere from like 20 to 25, but it's been picking up as the word gets out, and we have a banner up at that park year round, so that helps spread the word.
Perfect. And then for the residents that are watching, when's the next one, days and time?
So the next one is on May 23rd, and it's 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you. How do people sign up, or do they just come, first served?
So it's no appointment. It's a walk-up clinic. The whole process takes less than 10 minutes. You just do a quick check, pick what you want, and then there's 2 to 3 veterinary assistants that administer the vaccines.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you holding this just at one park or different parks?
In West Covina, we do it at that one park, Del Norte Park, but we're at 15 parks across LA County.
Thank you.
Councilman Tony.
Well, I have to say, okay, the price is very good. I have a 3 dog, okay, and the possible 3 or 4 times about what you charged, okay, about you go to the vet. I'm not going to fire my vet, but I just say it is a very good price. I think people should utilize your service. And I think the city, okay, should promote about your time and when you will be in the Del Norte, the dog park, okay, and provide the service. I think, and that is what a lot of people need. A lot of people shy off about the cost, okay? So if you can provide the low cost for people to utilize, I think it's important. And how about the one that's pretty expensive, the spay and the neuter? Okay, how about that service? Do you provide that kind of service?
We don't do spay and neuter, but we have a couple that we could recommend, because there are a lot of different nonprofits that do that. And
so you can provide the information,
yeah,
okay, for the people who show up and they want to.
We get asked that a lot on social media, and we give them resources.
Good, okay, because we have a population maybe need help to fix them, so in that way they don't continue to produce and become a issue for the pet on the street and in our shelter, and it is an issue. But thank you so much for the service. I think city need to maybe and our city manager, maybe we can provide the information, okay, on the website to promote it.
There it is. It's actually on the second slide. It wasn't shown to the
so
public.
people can know because you only show an hour and a half, and if they miss the window, then they miss so you show every week, right?
Mm-hmm. Every once a month on the 4th.
So once a month.
It's actually for a different location. I think.
Okay.
That one says El Segundo and Redondo.
So what is your regular time? Okay, once a month. When will be the what day of the month that regularly you will show up at the dog park?
So the next one's May 23rd, 2 p.m. to 3:30, and it's just the 4th Saturday. That way we can have that banner, and we don't.
So
have to
Saturday afternoon. Okay, the second Saturday of the month.
The 4th.
The 4th. Yeah. So the 4th Saturday of the month. Okay, you will come to our city at 2 to 3:30
p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Okay, so there will be provide a service for our residents to utilize.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate.
Thank you very much for your support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, have a good day. All right, on to the city manager's report. That will be given by Acting City Manager Mylan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First slide up there.
Coming.
All right. 3 new electric vehicles were purchased by the Public Works Department using energy efficiency and conservation block grant programs. Equipment rebate vouchers in the amount of $153,000. Vehicles purchased are, as always, one transit van for facility maintenance staff, one F-150 Lightning truck for information services staff, and one Mach-E sedan for public works management and office staff use. These vehicles will assist in cutting carbon emissions and improving energy efficiency. Status update on the emergency repairs to Fire Station 123. Work is ongoing for repairs of the fire station. The emergency work, excluding kitchen installation, is expected to be completed by May 19th. On Saturday, May 2nd, Athens Services, with the assistance of Public Works and Community Services staff, gave away a free compost to West Covina residents. 338 vehicles participated with a total of 79 tons of compost given away to West Covina residents. This equals 4 20-yard bins delivered by Athens for this event. On April 24th, the Cortez Community Center and Senior Center celebrated National Volunteer Month with a special volunteer program luncheon. The event recognized over 60 volunteers from a range of organizations and seniors. Awards included Most Hours Caleb Moon and Arroyo Development Services, Most Hours Senior Participant Tony Track, and Volunteers of the Year. Senior participant Nancy Bonta, the heartwarming luncheon brought together seniors, volunteers, and organizations supporting special needs, filling the room with connection, laughter, and community. In collaboration with the LA County Department of Public Works, the city is hosting a free household hazardous waste and e-waste collection event on May 16th. The event will be from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the maintenance yard. The city received a $50,000 grant from Cal Recycle for the production of marketing materials to promote this event, as well as upcoming hazardous waste collections. The draft program year 2026 CDBG action plan is available for 30-day public review that began on May 1st. Hard copies can be viewed at the county library, city clerk's office, and counter at the police department. The draft also can be viewed electronically at the city's webpage. The draft will be presented for consideration in public hearing on June 2nd. The city is developing a local hazard mitigation plan, which is a FEMA-required 5-year strategic document that identifies natural hazards like earthquakes, floods, or wildfires, and develops long-term actionable strategies to reduce risk to life and property. It acts as a guide for decision makers to lower disaster costs, improve safety, and ensure eligibility for federal grants. On Thursday, May 28th, the first of several meetings for the public to provide input and ask questions will be held. The meeting will occur in the City Council chambers at City Hall starting at 6 p.m. More information, including a link to an online community survey, will be available on the city's webpage. The businesses keep coming to West Covina. We are happy to report that the city will welcome another new business to the community. Strategic Fortune Wealth Management will be coming soon to the Lakes Building near our downtown area. Strategic Fortune will be a holistic financial planning firm that will offer an array of wealth management services, including investment, guidance, retirement planning, and more. Join us for the grand opening ceremony this Thursday, May 7th at 9 a.m. City of West Covina will be hosting a new business community. Habitat Health PACE Center will be coming soon to the corner of North Azusa and East La Puente Avenue. It will be an all-inclusive care facility for our senior community and serve as an alternative to those that have been categorized as nursing home eligible. Services provided include medical, behavioral, and social services, all services that enable patients to stay in their homes and communities. Anticipated opening is July 1st, 2026. The City of West Covina welcomed Mr. Menudo this past Saturday. The grand opening event was a huge success with hundreds of visitors. Guests arrived at 8 a.m. opening time in anticipation of the highly rated Menudo. If you haven't already paid visit to them, it's a great place for Mexican cuisine. For all our residents who are looking to make home improvements, West Covina continues to offer city's home preservation loan. The program provides West Covina homeowners a 0% interest home improvement loan. Loans are limited to $25,000. Funds can be used for qualifying exterior home improvements. For more information, please contact our Community and Economic Development Division at 626-939-8417. Brief counsel for the City Council report prepared by Human Services. The city processed a total of 68 recruitments of all departments, again, from the period of July 1 through April 26, supporting staffing, public safety, community services, infrastructure, and organizational leadership. One thing to point out of significance, just within the police department, we onboarded and hired 24 new employees. On Saturday, April 18th, on April 22nd, Panera Bread hosted a Coffee with a Cop event, providing an opportunity for community members to meet with our officers, ask questions, and engage in meaningful conversation. Officers were able to listen to concerns, share information, and strengthen relationships with the residents we serve. On April 30th, the chief and our police department chaplains met with various religious leaders from across the city for their quarterly gathering. The group discussed information regarding our HOPE team and service area lieutenants and continued building connections to strengthen collaboration with our faith-based community partners. The district attorney's office commended the outstanding work of the police department, detective bureau, and patrol personnel following the abduction and safe recovery of a small child. The DA's office specifically recognized the professionalism, excellence, and determination demonstrated by everyone involved. 4 of our fire explorers recently represented West Covina with great pride at the Angeles National Forest Wildland Academy, U.S. Forestry Service Explorer Academy, March 28th through April 26th. Picture above, Explorer Advisor Greg Kudanian, Christian Montano, and awards and medals went to Luke Villanueva and Ethan Mendez, Jake Godinez. The training certificates as Type 2 Wildland Firefighter Explorers received several FEMA certificates, including ICS 100, 200, 700, 800, and wildland certifications S130 through 1L180. Highlight of the training was being involved in a live burn exercise that they had LA County Fire helicopters doing water drops directly over them. On Tuesday, April 21st, Engine 123 participated in Career Day at Roland Elementary School. Firefighter Traub, shown here, interacting with students while wearing his full personal protective gear. His PPE includes turnouts, helmet, flash hood, boots, gloves, and self-contained breathing apparatus. The PPE gear can weigh between 45 to 75 additional pounds. West Covina PD Ambulance Subscription Service. The fire department offers an ambulance subscription program through Whitman Enterprises. The cost of membership is currently $73.50 and is valid for 12 months from the date of your payment received. The program is designed to limit out-of-pocket expenses related to emergency ambulance transportation. Additional information about the program can be found on the city's website on the fire department page under Fire Administration tab. The fire department has also provided brochures that are available on the table outside the council chambers tonight. West Covina's Electric Boba Fest and Night Market is scheduled for Saturday, May 30th from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the West Covina Civic Center parking lot here at City Hall. The event will feature boba vendors, a boba tasting contest, live DJs, entertainment, along with food and retail vendors. Fun attractions and family-friendly games are also part of this electrifying event. City of West Covina is cooperating with Vaccine Vets to offer pet vaccine clinics on the 4th Saturday of each month at Del Norte Park from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Services will include a combination of free and low-cost options on a walk-in basis only. In the matter of John Doe versus City of West Covina, I'm happy to report that yesterday the city won a significant victory in its ongoing litigation against John Doe. In a detailed 14-page ruling, the United States District Court federal judge rejected all of Mr. Doe's arguments. In her ruling, the judge found that Mr. Doe has not shown a likelihood of success on the merits of his Title II discrimination claim and is unlikely to succeed on his retaliation and interference claims. A copy of the court's court order can be found on our website. Upcoming events, Pet Vaccine Clinic hosted at Del Norte Park on Saturday, May 23rd. Memorial Day, Monday, May 25th, West Covina Civic Center. Electric Boba Fest and Night Market Saturday, May 30th, here at West Covina City Hall parking lot. And request from the community, which I should have brought up earlier, is a street sweeping demonstration, which will be Saturday, June 6th, here at West Covina City Hall at 10 a.m. We'll have our street sweepers here, and we'll also have representatives from the company to answer any questions residents may have. And Madam Mayor, and what I wanted to highlight on my city manager report tonight is I'll be adding different elements to the report each council meeting from requests from our community. I'd also like to thank all the residents that attended our budget workshops. They were very productive, a lot of great questions. And again, I heard the concerns of the community, and I hope I've included those requests in tonight's presentation. And that concludes my presentation for tonight.
Wonderful. Great seeing all the positive outcomes the city is doing. So good to hear. Before moving into oral communication, we'd like to adjourn this meeting in remembrance of Mr. Stewart. I have served with him on the Community Service Commission prior to being elected in the council, but Mr. Stewart gave generously of his time and talents in service to our city, contributing thoughtful leadership and civic commitments across multiple roles. He served as a planning commissioner from 2011 to 2013, helping guide important decisions that shaped the growth and development of West Covina. He later continued his service as a community and senior services commissioner in 2016 to 2017 and again in 2019, supporting programs and policies that enrich the lives of residents' generations. His willingness to step forward, to engage, and to serve reflects the very best of community spirit. On behalf of the City Council and the resident of West Covina, we extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of working alongside him. In recognition in his service and in gratitude for his contribution, this meeting is adjourned in his memory. Thank you. And we are now moving on to oral communications. Everybody knows the drill, so I'm not going to cite everything that needs to be mentioned. Just make sure everybody is respectful. And when you hear your name being called, you may sit in the front, and the timer will start when your name is called. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Mayor, we have 12 speakers this evening.
Okay.
Before calling our first speaker, Mayor, I just wanted to call attention to an email you received from Miss Ann Roberts in regards to tonight's agenda item number 3, the fire station.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got that.
Our first speaker is John Shoemaker, followed by Jerry Patras, followed by Gloria G.
I wonder who John Doe is. Let's see. It can't be Councilmember Diaz or Viado because it wouldn't be John Doe. It probably can't be Councilmember Wu because Councilmember Wu was named in the lawsuit. So that leaves Oli and Councilmember Brian Gutierrez. And since Oli is not under any programs to hide his name or anything else, that only leaves one person. I just think it's kind of funny that you look at these documents and they'll say things like, John Doe as an individual and as a member of the West Covina City Council. It just really has to be funny. Earlier, there was, recognition was given to our city clerk's office and our assistant city clerk and her staff, and they mentioned, over 1,000 requests were made, and I figured out that probably all but 5 came from Councilmember Gutierrez. I might be off just a little bit, but I don't think by very much. The other item is quickly on the sale of property. I've said it, I don't know how many times, but when you're selling property because you have to pay for operations, you just keep going down, down, down. I mean, how much property have we sold? I'm kind of surprised that the bondholders haven't said, wait a minute, that's our collateral. Give us some of the money. And also when it comes to long-term financial planning, the idea of long-term financial planning is actually paying attention to it. What has been said in the past, and what's going on now and what's being realistic about it. Not that it's, just going to go somewhere. And I just don't know where to even start. We just don't really have, financial strength and financial planning and way to pick it up. Also, I find it rather discourteous that Councilmember John Doe isn't paying attention. It seems like it should have at least the politeness to pay attention. Tony even looks at me, and I nail him almost every meeting. But at least you have the courtesy to look at me, and at least I get the impression that you're listening, or being respectful enough to make eye contact, and I appreciate that. So we go from there. So we'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Jerry Patras, followed by Gloria G., followed by Gregory McQueen.
Good evening. I'm commenting on agenda items 3 and 6. Agenda item 3 is the sale of the city yard property. Simply stated, the majority of West Covina residents do not want the city yard sold, but rebuild Fire Station 1 where it is. The staff report is inaccurate. It states the city listed the property as surplus and is in compliance with the Surplus Land Act. The city is not in compliance. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has an open investigation on the status of the city's compliance. You were contacted by them today. They determine and certify compliance. A city just can't declare compliance. Violations of the Surplus Land Act are costly. For instance, at the proposed purchase price of just over $21 million, the first violation will cost the city a little over $6 million. A second violation will cost a little over $10 million. City yards are known to be contaminated. The California Department of Toxic Substance Control determines contamination concentration and whether or not habitable structures, homes, can be built on the land. A contamination study is required. Has DTSC finally been contacted about the potential sale of this land? West Covina continues to be a high financial risk city. You are making a major financial commitment without the cost-benefit financial analysis the state auditor recommended. Insufficient analysis of long-term costs results in overspending and preventable legal expenditures. Table this project until the city meets regulatory and environmental requirements and conducts a cost-benefit financial analysis of options. To do otherwise is reckless. Agenda item 6, proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget. During the community budget workshops, a resident asked about the status of the proposed West Covina Health Department. We were told the health department is not in the budget. It's factual that there is no funding allocated for the health department. I asked if the West Covina Health booth would continue to be at special events. I received a response indicating many organizations have health fairs. The budget text shown on pages 25 and 53 clearly convey an intent to establish a health department. For example, under council goals, seek provisional approval from CDPH for creation of a fiscally sustainable municipal health department. The budget text does not reflect no funding in the health department. There are costs associated with the West Covina Health booth at events. Where are those expenses budgeted and how much is allocated? Thank you.
Gloria G., followed by Gregory McQueen, followed by Josh Murray.
Good evening. I attended 2 of the budget workshops. They were very enlightening. However, I was appalled at the fact that the city spent $500,000 of COVID money to establish a health department. This despite the fact that you didn't know, no one knew, that the LA County Health Department would not stop us from having to pay our health tax. I guess it's on your property tax, so we would still continue to have to pay that, no matter whether or not we had a health department that was going to do what the health department in the county does. So I also remember hearing that there would be no health department. I do recall the page, I have it here, page 25, where the city still wants to go and have a health department without general funds. So I don't know how you're going to do that. I don't know how quickly the state will come up with their, regulations for a city to have a health department. And I wonder, did you ever contact the cities of Long Beach and Pasadena, who have their own health department, to find out that they are having financial problems supporting their health department? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Gregory McQueen, followed by Josh Murray, followed by Steve Bennett.
Good evening.
Mike Haya.
I see. Good evening, Mayor and distinguished members of the council. My name is Gregory McQueen. I am the Assistant Director for Capital Projects and Facilities for LA County Public Library. I'm here today to just inform you and the public of our solar project that's going to be starting soon. We have a solar project that's going to be starting potentially at the end of May, closer to June, depending on when they get permits. The project will be installing 3 very large solar canopies on the parking lot that's on the east side of the building, which is our employee lot for the library. The project will last about 14 weeks. So hopefully starting again closer to the beginning of June. We anticipate during construction there may be some inconveniences to the public, large fences, construction fences going around the parking lot. Dust, debris, things of that nature with any typical construction project. As part of the project, we also anticipate the removal or displacement of several trees so we can install these canopies for the project. And as part of that, we will look to provide some replacement trees in other locations. But prior to that, we've got to confirm that those trees will be the right kind of trees, sustainable California native trees and shrubs that will not disrupt the shade of the solar cells. In addition, I think this is going to be a great project for us. We will be providing clean, sustainable energy for the next 20, 25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Josh Murray, followed by Steve Bennett, followed by Justin Harvey.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Josh Murray, and I'm also here on behalf of the library. I'd like to invite the adults of the community to join us on Saturday, May 9th at 2 p.m. for Across the Pacific with Jack Pye in honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Jack Pye will teach classical dance instructions with an East meets West blend. Join us as we learn about traditional Chinese dance and Latin dance together. Across the Pacific is a program to present beautiful aspects of Latin and Chinese classical, as well as popular dances to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Heritage Month. Jack will demonstrate and teach both dances, highlighting their differences and similarities using the same music. Participants will learn choreographed dance moves and gain further understanding of both cultures in a fun and interactive experience. Again, this free program will take place on Saturday, May 9th at 2 p.m. at the library, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Steve Bennett, followed by Justin Harvey, followed by Jesus Gomez.
How you guys doing? You know, I love coming and talking to you guys. I'm always surprised at the lack of consideration of residents' opinions on certain things. Let's talk about the sale of the city yard. Ms. Patras, very eloquent, very nice spoken. Steve Bennett, more to the point. You guys are violating the Surplus Lands Act. That's a fact. And There's no question. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has made that clear. You were notified in December of 23 you were violating the Surplus Lands Act by a letter addressed to then Assistant City Manager Paulina Morales. That you guys violated the act then. But apparently, you don't understand how it works, so you're doing it again. Entering into an ENA for a property, exclusive negotiating agreement for those at home, is not appropriate for a property that has not cleared the Surplus Lands Act. You know, West Covina Unified sold the Del Norte School. They followed all the steps of the Surplus Lands Act. They made sure that they notified agencies like us so that we could bid on it for a baseball field that Tony negotiated in a back door. That's how that works, is we get notified and people get notified in the Surplus Lands Act so that we can actually have bids by municipalities from the state all the way down to local government. That's the point of the Surplus Lands Act. They get first opportunity to utilize the land. You don't just go out and get 3 random bids and go, gosh, I really like them. It's not how it works. That's how government is not supposed to work. Sorry, Tony, it just doesn't work that way. I understand you're a real estate guy, but this doesn't work in public records. So my advice to you guys is pull it. I'm hoping you do, because you did receive a call today saying you're not in compliance, as Ms. Patras pointed out. I'm aware of that myself. So I know for a fact you've gotten that. Possibly our sleepy attorney back here will let you know, but I'm not sure. He might not. I mean, after all, Mylan had to report out on the lawsuit instead of our attorney, because he never reports out on lawsuits that, happen that are against the city. But either way, that Surplus Lands Act violation is going to cost us 30% of the sale price on the first violation, 50% on the second violation. So that money that you want for a fire station, Tony, on a hill that the residents fought to keep, and trust me, we're going to fight again. And all those trees, the library guy, he doesn't need to replace them. You're cutting them down anyways. So just so you guys know. And lastly, on the public records, this is why there's so many requests, because we don't trust you. That's why there's so many public records requests. Have a good day.
Justin Harvey, followed by Jesus Gomez, followed by Patricia Mendoza.
Hello, good evening. I'm Justin Harvey, District 1. I just want to place 2 questions on the record. First, on the city yard brandy wine item, before the city does decide to go into exclusive negotiations, and if you even do, can staff provide the public with the estimated cost to relocate or replace Fire Station 1 and city yard operations? The proposed purchase price might be $21 million, but residents still need to see the net impact after relocation cost, not just the sale price. And second, on the budget and long-range forecast, the proposed budget says expenditures are increasing faster than revenues. And the long-range forecast points to future general fund deficits. What specific steps is the city taking now to prevent those from turning into service cuts, tax increases, or reserve downsides later? Thank you.
Jesus Gomez, followed by Patricia Mendoza, followed by Pastor Samuel Martinez.
Hello. Hi. I'm going to go ahead and interpret for Jesus Gomez. The last time we were here, we talked about how she hired a real estate office, Remax in West Covina, and they ripped her off. When the new investor bought her condo, he hired a big corporate law office to do the eviction in the city of Irvine. The only thing they didn't do was that the last thing they were supposed to do is go to the sheriff's office inside the courthouse, fill out a form, pay $40, plus pay $145 for the sheriff's office, and the forms are $40, $185. the case was here in West Covina, but the property was in El Monte. I went to the West Covina courthouse twice, and we went to the El Monte courthouse. No one had hired any sheriffs to make sure she get the 5-day notice with the red letters, including Saturday and Sunday, or the sheriffs will come either Monday. The officer from the county sheriff's, the one that works inside the sheriff's department, he does the West Covina and El Monte. He filled out some forms, and he got 2 police officers from El Monte to evict her daughter. Remember, I mentioned she was by herself, and she's disabled and handicapped. But on May 21 of this month, we're going to go and file a complaint at the Sheriff's County Commissioners hearing in downtown LA. It's going to be at 9 o'clock, May 21 at 9 o'clock, before I send a letter to the presiding judge, and before I file a complaint in the letter to the new owner, the investor, to his corporate law office. But Jesus, I would like to share Jesus Gomez. She likes coming here. She felt very good. I took her to the city council at El Monte. I don't know what happened, but she got really sick. She didn't feel good energy. Maybe it's the building that's old, but she likes coming here because she says that she feels that you guys do care. And thank you for your time. And also, prior her hiring the Remax, they were supposed to do a short sale. So they had like 10 months to do it. They did have 2 open houses, but then they started talking about going to check out some kind of mobile homes, but Remax never told them, well, you're just going to own the mobile home, but you're not going to own the land in the bottom. You're going to have to pay extra. So they decided to cancel.
Patricia Mendoza, followed by Pastor Samuel Martinez, followed by JD.
I'm going to continue. So what her husband did, he gave a check to an escrow office of $2,000 to see that them being convinced to buy that mobile home. Well, it didn't work out. So the people from Remax, this is something new. They decided to go back to that escrow office in El Montebello. And they picked up that check, and that check was under the husband's name and the escrow. So Remax here in West Covina picked up that check and cashed it. So that's something new. I feel like Elon Musk with all this. The more I dig, I just can't believe how much fraud is going on, especially, where I live in downtown LA. Even though President Trump and everybody, the federal attorneys and everybody, they talk about so much fraud, but I didn't think I don't understand why these people think they can get away. And it's just very sad because these people go to school, they have a license, brokers. Here you have this guy from the county sheriff's that, I'm sure that after maybe 20 years he can retire. If someone files a complaint like the LAPD in downtown, they lose everything. They don't get their 100% pension. They'll get something, but it goes on the record and then they can get fired. So, again, thank you for being patient and listening. And, Mrs. Gomez and her husband believes that we'll have some support from you guys in the future when I get all this together and I send my letters. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias, and thank you, Mylin, for giving your card. We'll take care of it. Muchas gracias.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Samuel Martinez, followed by JD, followed by Ray Vincent Vargas Jr.
Good evening, Mayor. First of all, thank you for everything that you guys do. I don't think we thank you enough, and I say we because I live in the city, and I have lived here 30-some-odd years. And thank you for all those who serve our country, well, our city, including our police officers, our first responders, and all our educators. Sunday is Mother's Day, so I want to say thank you to all the mothers, the grandmothers, the aunts, and all the surrogate mothers. Tomorrow is National Day of Prayer, and on May 15, 1776, General George Washington ordered, this is quote, the Continental Congress having ordered Friday the 17th instant to be observed as a day of prayer, humbly to supplicate the mercy of Almighty God that it would please Him to pardon all our manifold sins and transgressions and to prosper the arms of the united colonies, and finally establish the peace and freedom of America upon a solid and lasting foundation. The General commands all officers and soldiers to pay strict obedience to the orders of the Continental Congress, that by their unfeigned and pious observance of their religious duties, they may incline the Lord and giver of victory to prosper our arms. Fast forward to May 5th, 1988, the President shall set aside, this is Public Law 100-307, the President shall set aside and proclaim the first Thursday in May in each year as the National Day of Prayer, in which the people of the United States may turn to God in prayer and meditation at churches, in groups, and as individuals. So I will invite everybody in the city tomorrow at the courtyard. Today is Tuesday, so that will be Thursday, not tomorrow. Thursday, we will have a group of people at the courtyard at 10 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's invited to come and pray with us. We pray to the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're all invited to come and pray. We will only be there for a little while, so we will not be there an hour or two. And thank you very much. God bless America and God bless West Covina.
Thank you.
A las 10 de la mañana, 10 o'clock in the morning, Thursday. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
All residents are invited.
JD, followed by Ray Vincent Vargas Jr.
I know this thing wouldn't cooperate the minute I get up here. Good evening. The reason I stand up here is for two reasons. One, with regards to the Los Angeles County contract for animal care, and the second is street sweeping. With regards to the animal services, there once upon a time they came out to Cameron Park and they administered vaccinations for the animals as well as registered the animals. And I'm wondering if that's a possibility towards the end of trying to get everyone on board and getting their animals registered and vaccinated. And I believe they were discounted as well. So it was a good program. It was, from my experience, it was only done once at Cameron Park. Second, with regards to street sweeping, which is really the reason I'm up here. I need to know whether street sweeping is being enforced or not, because it's really starting to get frustrating and disappointing. I have cars that did not move. My wife and I move our cars really because we don't want to defeat the purpose of street sweeping, and we would like to have the front of our homes swept. Unfortunately, so many others are not, and consequently, it comes rolling down, right? I called code enforcement. I said, listen, trash cans are out 2 days now, way beyond street cleaning. And there's cars parked out here. Street cleaning's going to come by. You folks are doing a study on high density area, I believe is how you identified it. One of my questions is the area of Lark Allen next to the high school, the park, and the elementary identified as a high density and part of the study? And what areas are part of this study? Has the study begun in earnest? Are warnings being issued? Because this is dragged on so long now that I think residents that were angry at it before because they had to get out there and move it are now schizophrenic as to, well, what do I do? Do I move my car? Do I leave it? The hell with it, I'm just going to leave it, right? And others that do end up frustrated. So I appreciate if somebody would address that. Thank you.
Ray Vincent Vargas Jr.
Good evening, Council. First of all, I would like to recognize the fire department for their complete and excellent service they provide to our community. The police department also, all dispatch operators and maintenance workers. Sad to say, we don't think the same for West Covina. Corruption with this council. This is a serious corruption going on here for years. Everyone knows about it. I'm back again to see Tony and his Muppet Show. Letty, Rosario, and Tony. I still haven't heard nor the community of how much the city made on the Moon Festival. Also, why hasn't Tony and Rosario been censored? Tony is the leader to the corruption here. Look at what took place with Bill Elliott and Steve Bennett. I ask myself, how much longer is there a corruption going on before the law steps in and straightens things out? Let me ask you something. Does the Los Angeles City Mayor Bass know the Corruption Council here and you are a part of it? Does Mayor Bass know how you discriminate against other council members' disabilities? Why is Tony so eager and determined to sell maintenance yard? It does not make sense because the project he's putting together for the fire department is a lot more costly. Mylin, when does the council member need approval from the city manager to come into the city hall? I understand your age. You're looking for a permanent position. But the way you're going about things against the community and residents, the council members got authorization and permission from the community and residents. They don't need city managers' okay approval. The community and the residents already gave approval to the members here at the city hall. Don't let the power get to your head and blow it up. Or don't let Tony dictate to you so you can hold a permanent position here in the city.
Thank you.
Next, no further speakers, Mayor.
Okay. That ends oral communication. Acting City Manager, will you please respond to all the public comments concerns today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John Shoemaker, Jerry Portress, Gloria G., Steve Bennett, Justin Harvey, and part of Ray's comments. You commented on agenda items, and I'll wait for that discussion to happen in a little bit. Ray, I will let you know that I'm not following any one person's direction, or I follow the direction of the 5 council members. And as far as the rules that you mentioned, those are actually my rules, and I have them for a reason. But trust me, I'm not being bullied or influenced by anybody. Those are guidelines and procedures and protocols that I'll be moving forward, not only for example, access to City Hall, but how to communicate with staff, all these different things. They're going to be moving forward. And again, as long as I'm sitting up here, I really need to run the show my way. And trust me, I listen to the council as a whole, but no one person is directing anything at me, and I'm not following any one person's directions. For Mr. McQueen and Josh Murray, thank you for the updates on the library and the solar project that's coming. I know I've seen some of the emails come across my desk, I believe from you, on the upcoming project. And yes, if you are to remove any trees, please, it'd be nice to have those replaced. For Ms. Gomez and Patricia Mendoza, on your eviction, your existing litigation, I provided my business card tonight. If you don't receive satisfaction on the avenues that you're pursuing, please give me a call, send me an email. I'll put you in contact with the LA County Sheriff's Real Estate Fraud Division, and there's other regulatory agencies that deal with real estate in the state, and I should be able to help you with that one. Pastor Martinez, thank you for your nice comments as always. employees, inviting the public to this Thursday, 10 a.m. in our Civic Center area for a time of prayer. JD, good questions tonight. Where'd JD go? Hi, JD. So I am in contact with LA County Animal Control on a regular basis, and now that we've passed the spay and neuter, we're going to bring back the spay and neuter ordinance. I'm already talking to them about a registration and vaccine clinics to be offered at our parks, including Cameron Park, and that's in the works right now. Also, in previous years, the county has not done canvassing. They are going to do canvassing for us this year. So those ideas about LA County Animal Control moving those clinics forward are in the works, and I am in discussion with them. Street sweeping, again, great question. I'm as anxious as anybody to get things going. So I'll tell you right now, on Monday, May 11th, we will start the process of issuing the warning notices to residents. We'll have staff following the sweepers at that time. We currently have 4 sweepers that operate in the city, 3 different time zones, but we will start, and you will see vehicles behind the sweepers on Monday. We were in the process, because the program's been dragging for a while. The people who originally were going to hire to be behind the sweepers found other jobs. We've recently brought on and hired people to now fill those roles. So we're ready to go. Everybody's got the uniforms. We got the vehicles. We got the warning notices, and we will get that going. As far as the high density areas, we do have a map provided to us that we've identified existing high density areas, specifically the one that you're mentioning on Lark Ellen area. I'm not sure if that's included, but as part of our warning notice process, we're going to be identifying areas we should believe should also be considered high density. It's one thing to look at a map and say, this is going to be high density, this one isn't. Until we physically get out there and start following the sweeper, we won't know the impact of how many vehicles. Obviously, when you propose a program 4 years ago, maybe people had 2 or 3 cars. Maybe there's now more people living in each residence, there's more cars. So we will make adjustments. And additionally, what's going to be happening is the staff that will be following the sweepers, they'll be doing a complete inventory of signs in the city, signs that can be removed or replaced, so we don't have sign pollution in the city. They'll be addressing that. We'll also be identifying the old signs that need to be removed that maybe were not removed. And also, if an area hasn't been posted properly, we'll be addressing that issue as well. Madam Mayor, that concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Wu?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the county library, okay, because we know some of the parking belong to the city property. We lease to them. I think we still month to month. So if they want to construct, okay, the parking lot with a solar panel, is that going to encroach to city property?
Mr. McQueen, if I'm correct, it's going to be east parking lot, which is solely county property, correct?
So you're not touching any city property?
That's correct. It's just going to be the east parking lot, which is their employee parking lot, the smaller one. That's the area they're talking about.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A quick question. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So when with the county, our city land is less month to month, currently with the county library.
Currently it is, because we haven't renegotiated a lease agreement for any more than month to month. Currently we have an assistant city manager, economic development, and our community development staff working with the county on the month to month right now, and if we are to enter a long-term lease.
And my understanding with the design from the fire department, the firefighters of station number 1, and we not, meaning that the county not going to lose any, city provide the parking space. My understanding that they still will have ample parking. Am I right?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Yeah, so in that way, we still neighborly with the county. We want to provide, the join together, so we're not going to let them lose any parking space.
And so the county library and other county facilities, county staff are great partners with the city. We have a great working relationship, and we will continue to have that.
So if this thing happen, then we maybe should negotiate a long-term lease with the county.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. On to consent calendar. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Earlier you talked about, I think one of your staff members talked about the West Covina Chamber. And my understanding that's registered as a private nonprofit that currently has city staff on there. So are you actively recruiting members to the West Covina Chamber, a private nonprofit?
I believe we are currently recruiting members for the chamber. Yeah, that's correct.
So does the city intend to fix its established nonprofit to become a public charity? Because if staff members are being used to collect funds from local businesses, that's a use of taxpayer money, which is a private nonprofit is not allowed to do that on behalf of the taxpayers who are paying that bill.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I believe that question has already been posed to legal, and I believe we are operating okay at this time.
So legal, you're referring to Mr. Doherty?
You sent an email and it's been addressed by our office.
I never got a response.
Okay.
We'll get
This
you.
is in ref.
Staff, yeah, but we're getting off topic.
Yeah, I was going to mention that right now. This is a public comments.
I'm
So
referring
back
to a public
to-
comment.
Okay. On to consent calendar. Council, is there anything you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
I'll pull.
Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I'd like to pull item number 3, please.
3. Okay. Anything else?
5.
5. Okay. So do I have a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 5 with the exception of 3 and 5?
And 1.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. So Councilman Gutierrez, you want?
For
1 to 5.
abstain for number 1.
Okay, so he's not pulling. It's just he's abstaining from.
Abstain.
Okay. So
move.
okay, roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar items 1 through, item number 1, number 2, and number 4, with the exception of Councilmember Gutierrez abstaining on item number 1.
Correct.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Sorry, thank you. Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye, motion passes. Okay, on to item number 3. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, with respect to item number 3 and the HCD, staff is in constant communication with HCD, has a good working relationship with HCD, understands what they're looking for, and we're in the process of locating these documents that we need. It was with the past administration, so we're having a little bit of difficulty finding it, but we are constantly talking to HCD, communicating on the phone or either through email. And again, this is just a negotiation agreement. This isn't a disposition of property. All this is that we have an exclusive negotiation agreement with Brandywine. That's all this is. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Acting City Manager, I just have a few questions. Are we in compliance with the Surplus Lands Act?
My understanding is,
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just addressed that. So we did go through the Surplus Lands Act twice. The second time we complied with it. HCD is requesting some information from us to show that we complied with it. We're in the process of locating those documents. I believe staff can speak to that. And once we do that to HCD's satisfaction, then we of course can move on.
So my next question, has it been represented to Brandywine that we are in compliance with the Surplus Lands Act?
I don't have the answer to that. Maybe Donnie knows that one.
It has not been transmitted to Brandywine. We're still negotiating with Brandywine, right? So at this time, we're just asking for the right to continue the negotiations under an ENA.
So my next question is, would it not be premature to move forward with an ENA when there has not yet been finalization in confirming that we are in compliance with the Surplus Lands Act?
Madam Mayor, the ENA could take some time. There's some time limit to it. And beyond that, if at some point we end up with an agreement with Brandywine, then we will go into a PSA, which again could take some time because of all the due diligence that's going to need to happen with these properties. And in the process, we're hoping that we can satisfy HCD's request for the documentation showing that we have complied with the Surplus Lands Act. I think if you recall, we went out once under the Surplus Land Act and negotiated for the 90 days, and then there was a complaint, so we went out a second time and negotiated and didn't reach a conclusion with anybody, and we complied with it. And that's the documentation we need to show that we did negotiate with the other interested parties. Then we went out a third time, and that's how we've come to the conclusion with Brandywine. And again, this is just a negotiation agreement that we can speak with them. Of course, they're going to know that we're still looking for documentation to resolve the HCD issues. And again, if we reach inclusive numbers and numbers that are content with both parties, then we'll bring back a PSA, a purchase and sale agreement for you, which will take some time. There's going to be some issues of due diligence that all parties are going to have to compete with. So I'm sure they know the status of that.
Thank you. My next question to the acting city manager is, to what extent, if any, has it been disclosed to Brandywine as part of our good faith efforts to disclose all material information that there are environmental concerns with regard to remediation that would need to take place before anything is built on that property?
Yeah, well, Madam Mayor, again, this is a negotiation agreement. That's what we're going to get to the numbers and other terms, and then once and if a purchase and sale agreement comes back to the city council, that is when all the due diligence and disclosures happen at that point in time. And Brandywine is an experienced developer, and their staff and their attorneys understand that as well. So right now it's simply a negotiation agreement to see if we can get to that purchase and sale agreement, which would then be the disposition of the property.
My next question is, understanding that is still, the negotiations would still need to be pending, would it not still be considered premature in light of different questions that we've been asking here not really being able to be answered due to the availability of information and other documents that still need to be brought forward to make sure to clarify what we've been asked, what I've just been asking?
Madam Mayor, I would answer no to that question. But again, you're the body. If you need more documentation or you need something else, it'll be this body's decision.
In light of that, I would like to move to postpone this matter until which time we have written confirmation from HCD that we are in compliance with the Surplus Land Act, and I'd like to make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I want to say something.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes. So I have some questions. Hi, Donate. When was the last time you heard from HCD?
This afternoon.
Great.
Through an email.
And can you recall what they said in that email?
Not verbatim. I don't have the email with me.
Okay, so I'll just read it for the audience. Good afternoon. HCD is aware that the City Council will consider authorizing the effectuation of an ENA with Brandywine Acquisition Group for the city yard property at tonight's meeting. HCD would like to reiterate our February 10, 2026 email below that without the necessary information regarding the full negotiation process surrounding the March 2023 NOA, HCD cannot produce a letter acknowledging SLA compliance, and the city risks violating the SLA if it proceeds with a disposition. As a reminder, information regarding the local agency SLA reporting requirements can be found in Section 400 of the SLA guidelines, and details regarding the penalties associated with SLA violations can be found in Section 501 of the SLA guidelines. Sincerely, Sandra Mukasa, Senior Housing Policy Specialist for the Housing Accountability Unit for Housing Policy Development Division for Housing and Community Development for the City of California, wrote that email today. And it seems in this email chain, it goes back months. There's an email from the City of California back in February 10, 2026. It says, good afternoon. At our last meeting on January 12th, the city shared its interest in moving forward with disposing of the city yard property to either Pute Home, excuse me, I'm not saying it correctly, but Pute Home Company or Brandywine Residential. Based on the information provided by the city, neither of these developers indicated their interest in the city yard property during the March 2023 SLA NOA process. These two entities appear to have responded to the RFP 2025-20 put out by the city in June of 2025. As noted, the city has yet to respond with complete documentation to HCD, which includes evidence that the city conducted good faith negotiations where all entities that responded to the city's NOA, Olsen Company, National Core, Envision Hotels, MLC Holdings, City Ventures, USA Properties Fund. To date, HCD has only received documentation regarding the city's negotiations with MLC Holdings. While the city noted that the difficulty in producing relevant documentation due to staff turnover, the city may want to consider reaching out to the responsive March 2023 SLA NOA developers for a copy of the correspondence emails that demonstrate good faith negotiations with the city in order to finalize the SLA process. Absent of this necessary information, HCD cannot produce a letter acknowledging SLA compliance, and the city risks violating the SLA if it proceeds with a disposition. Please reach out once the city has the necessary documents. And this has been going on. We have another email, January 20th. I believe you sent her, Danye. You have another email from the state on January 8, 2026. I believe you guys met. We go further back. Hi, Senator, as our city attorney will be joining us. The city attorney's office joined you guys. And it seems like the city attorney's office has been billing the city hourly charges to participate in these meetings. But it goes back for months, and the city has not been able to produce the documents the state of California has asked for. And penalties include up to 30% of penalties for violating the SLA. And so I'll just say, so I have a couple of questions.
You already second the motion.
Yeah. So before, correct. So I have a couple questions. Before this council gives authority to, or I already second a motion, but can the city attorney, I'm going to ask the question again, can the city attorney identify the exact HCD compliance letter proving that the city has satisfied the Surplus Land Act? And my understanding, we can produce that today, correct?
Well, yeah, you just read the emails. Correct. We have an ongoing relationship with, and Sandra's great to work with. They know what the city is looking for these documents and to show that we did operate in good faith. This is nothing new to us. And again, this is simply a negotiation agreement. This is not a disposition of the property.
Point of order, Mayor. Okay, and we have a motion on the table. We have a second, and I think other council should have a right to ask questions and then decide to how to vote. So I want to ask some about his motion to postpone due to the California the housing department, and I want to ask some question regarding this. And he already agreed with, but I'm still in doubt about what's the legality on that. So can I ask question?
Can I finish?
Done with your question?
Almost a couple more.
He can ask after what I ask. He already agreed with second, right?
No, that doesn't.
City attorney?
That's not what I have the floor right now.
We have a motion on the floor. Do you want to take a roll call?
I would like to finish my questions because according to the ordinance, if the member has the floor, he posed his question, but I still have.
I'm just asking the body. If they want to take a vote on the motion. He can ask questions.
If he have the second, then we should have a roll call. But if he agree and I have some question about his agreement, then I should have to question.
And there's a motion on the floor. You can discuss the motion on the floor if you wish to.
I mean, I'd like to hear additional questions from the rest of the board. But if you have, can we
if I could finish.
alternate? Because some of the questions might be.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ask.
So And so the next question is the city's position that 811 South Sunset Avenue is completely separate from the unaffected or unresolved by HCD SLA issue involving 825 South Sunset, or is it the same property, correct?
825.
I believe there's two addresses showing.
We have one APN number, I believe. That represents 811. I don't think we have two APN numbers on this site.
Okay, and then also, if the city moves forward and HCD later determines the Surplus Land Act was violated, is the city, and this could be Mr. Doherty's question, but if the city moves forward, HCD later determines that the Surplus Land Act was violated, is the city potentially exposing taxpayers to a penalty of approximately 30% of the applicable disposition value on a $21.3 million transaction that could be about $6.39 million before considering whether fair market value was higher? Who is accepting responsibility for that risk?
I certainly don't want to discuss any exposure or liability out here, but as I said a number of times, this is solely a negotiation agreement. That is it. You can negotiate with Brandywine. If this turns into a purchase and sale agreement, and then we do our due diligence, and it goes all the way through, and then there is a disposition, hopefully by that time we have located the documents, and HCD would have sent us a letter. So,
and so it goes on. So HCD's 2024 SLA guidelines state that after a finding letter of notice or violation, disposing.
The city attorney, again, in regards to
all the time, we understand
I'm
the
not
process.
asking, I'm making a statement now. Disposing of surplus land act without correcting violations can trigger a penalty of 30% of applicable disposition value for a first violation and 50% for later.
You've already made that. You've already heard that. So thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Next to the next question, Councilman Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, and the ENA just exclusive right to negotiate, okay, for the agreement, meaning it's such a very early stage, okay, and I think I went through this about 3-4 years since, okay, the station number 1 had been condemned, okay, and our firefighter live in the trailer, okay, for 3 years already, and we need to find a way to house them, because we cannot have our firefighter live in the trailer for 3 years. We will in trouble, okay, if we don't do something, and where we get $22 million to build a station number 1. So that's what is coming up, is how can we? And then I think the previous fire chief to locate, and this corner is owned by the city. And then I think our acting city fire chief, okay, and work with the designer, and how about to make it, and even including the future emergency operation center for the catastrophe, for that to save life. And the reason they picked this place because the easy answer to all the places. But the ENA is just not about to have agreement. Doesn't mean they have to buy. Doesn't mean we can sell. It's just we negotiate. And 3-4 years ago, we already went through the IP, right? Okay, we went through it, and I think that time Meritage over $29.5 million. Okay, and due to the market goes slow, and then they back out due to they got their notice, the $50 million project, and they abandon us, and now we have to go back to this and that. But I think the first one we picked as 3 years ago, that is Envision over, but previous city council, Mr. Tabai filed complaint. They want affordable housing, so the housing authority, okay, the state want us to rebid again to create more of affordable housing. That's my memory. That's how you went through it. Meaning, okay, and the housing authority already agreed, but they want us to build 15% affordable housing. Okay, and that is the dispute and back and forth. And then when they back out, we have to do another. I think that time CT Venture, they want to do 20%. Okay, and then later on, now after a couple of years later, they don't want to build in West Covina anymore. So their pricing is not there. And then now we have a Brandywine. Okay, so hopefully we have a chance to negotiate. It's not to escrow. Okay, we still have phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 to check about, okay, because the original, they have gas station, okay, for our CTR car, and they have some of mechanic bay, okay, and that is potentially changing oil, have grease. They should have container down underground. So all this phase one need to be checked like any other property, and then phase two, meaning you have to go to clean up, get all the dirt out, put the new dirt inside. So phase one, phase two to make sure environmental compliance, this and that. So it's a long way to go. But this EA at least show the city is for our firefighter. We want to move on, that we are working to get their housing on the station number one. We don't have a $22 million to build on this current location. Where is $22 million? Our congressman only give us $250,000. We cannot even build a couple of bedrooms. So tell me, okay, how we get the $22 million? So make sure we comply with our station. So I think we need to, rather than wasting time, dragging 3 years, 4 years already, and we continue to drag. Okay, and based on attorney talking about, okay, we are still in communication, and we have all the track record. Okay, I clearly remember these 3-4 years, negotiate, continue RFP, and talking to the state and with their housing, they say, no, you cannot. You need to get more affordable housing because it's a Surplus Land Act. So, and we will need to comply to build and I think Brandywine willing to do affordable housing too. So that's what city need. The city needs some affordable housing. And then now we just shut down them. Okay, we're not going to continue to delay. So meaning our firefighters continue to live in the trailer, and then we still don't have enough affordable housing. I think as a city council, we sit over here, and the attorney already said we okay to do this. So in that way, why we want to delay another years, delay to another 2 years? How long we going to delay this? Let's discuss. If they don't want to buy, then we out of luck. If we cannot sell, we out of luck. But at least we have something going on. Everything starts with a baby step, but at least we can get something happening. So I want to move a substitute motion to approve this for the ENA, okay, and for city to continue to negotiate and work with the state and work with the builder and work with our firefighter, make sure we are all working the same team to improve, okay, their living standard. At the same time, make sure we have a fire station that can save life. So I have moved the motion.
Is there a
substitute
second
motion
for substitute motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a first, second. We have two motions. Councilwoman Diaz, you had comments?
I just feel like we got to do something. I mean, we have been working and dealing with this property for quite some time, and deals come in and deals fall apart. And, we're here for the sake of our firefighters. We want to try to get them a place to stay. And where are we going to get the money? We don't have the money. And if we have a piece of property, I don't understand why we can't go ahead and move forward with something like this. How long are we going to have them in trailers? I mean, if somebody, you want to tax the people? You want to try to get grants? How long is that going to take? It should have been done a long time ago if that's what we're going to do. We can't hold on. We got to move forward. It's analysis paralysis. I mean, we got to move forward. And I want to move forward and approve this. And I think that our attorney will be responsible for making sure that all our ducks are in a row, that we do everything properly. I'm trusting that that's what he'll do, and we move forward.
Madam Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Speaking of analysis, there has been no cost analysis with regard to how much it would cost to move the city yard if the land were to be sold, or if we were to build on fire station 1 on city yard property, or to keep it where it is, or to move it to the sportsplex. Or there has been no analysis that we've asked for here in the past that anyone can go back to see that. So that's why I feel like this is premature. If we were to proceed forward with just postponing it until we receive clearance from HCD definitively saying that we can that we may proceed forward because we comply with the Surplus Lands Act, then that would be the point where we could go to Brandywine and say, okay, we have complied. Now let's move forward with the ENA. If we do it the other way by putting the cart before the horse, we stand a very real risk in light of the email that was just read of our being fined more than $6 million. And so I understand and I'm fully supportive of fire, and which is why I actually appreciate that the Councilwoman Diaz for bringing up that we don't have the money. That's why I've said in the past I am supportive of a tax to fund police and fire. So there are other ways to proceed forward with bringing other revenue. And as far as the sale of the land goes, we should do this in the right order, not put the cart before the horse. If we are wrong about this, let's say, in spite of assurances from our city attorney that we are fine, that this is just an ENA, it's just preliminary, we can just proceed forward, and later we're fined by HCD, then what are we going to do? How are we going to explain as a council to the residents that we just unnecessarily caused a fine on ourselves of $6.3 million? So then not only do we not have a fire station in that scenario, but now we'll actually cause a drain to our treasury. I understand why we need to proceed forward, but we need to do this properly and in accordance with procedures that are effective and that work for this. That's why I'm just proposing that we simply postpone until we receive word that we have complied with HCD, then proceeding forward if they want to do an ENA, that this council can then do that at that point, because by that point we will have done our due diligence. And then after that point, or at some point, there still needs to be an analysis with regard to what is to happen if the city yard were to be sold. That still has not been provided to this council, even though we asked for it months ago, and even though that's still something that we need to do. So that's why I'm opposed to this effort.
Okay, Madam Mayor, again, this is just a negotiation agreement. If HCD sends to our staff, lets us know that you are not in compliance, we'll be the first to let the city council know we could not locate those documents, we are not in compliance. But as of right now, we have a good working relationship with them. We are trying to locate those documents and get to them. This is just a negotiation agreement. This is not a disposition. You can move forward, and if HCD says that you can't move forward at some point, we will stop. Clearly, we will stop.
So here, I've been here, that property, which is the property 811 South Sunset Avenue. That's the property we're discussing, just that one. This has been in discussion with previous councils, and what are we going to do with that property? That was 6 years ago. If you've seen it, by March 2021, the city decided to list the property as surplus. As the attorney has mentioned, we have gone through this with different council members in regards to the surplus. I know we've had negotiation in closed session. This is not the first time this is like occurring. We've dealt with it. As you mentioned, we had it in 2021, and we had the 2023, and then we had, as Councilman Tony Wu had mentioned a few of those things, and then some changes because of the housing situation. And so we had brought it up again. We're always trying to make sure things are proper, legal, and that's why this is now the third time. My issue is, I am fully in support of fire, especially of the building, the firefighters, the fire department, and we all know how things take forever to move forward. We all know how, this is 6 years ago. Waiting and waiting is going to be another few years. But my question and my concern, I know you've mentioned a few things. If we move forward and let's say HCD says no, is that an automatic fine? Because I know we've had, especially in closed session, unfortunately, Pauline is no longer with us, but she had a lot of the conversation, a lot of the records, which I know the city has to pull those proof of emails or records that has to go through. But attorney said we are not fine. Again, this is in regards to moving forward and making things happen. We've, as mentioned, we've had, I know, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, you mentioned the tax. This conversation was a few years ago. If that was something you'd like to move forward, by all means, could have moved forward. But I don't know if everybody recalls, they did a tax a few years ago. and the residents, that tax failed. So tax it's like a bad word in the residents that they don't want. That was on the ballot. It didn't pass. And so if anything to support our fire to move forward in terms of making sure that the attorneys and the staff are all aligned, then I'm okay with it. And if our attorney's saying that there's no issues, it's just a negotiation agreement, and just like what we've had done in the past when we move forward with the previous ones, and then we made changes. I mean, that's how we're going to continue to work on that. But that's my statement. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. So, our firefighters are living in horrible conditions that violate Cal OSHA standards. They're living in environments where firefighters are having to crawl into the attic and take out dead rats from the top of the ceiling. That's unacceptable. And so to mislead our firefighters to believe that we're going to sell a $20 million land, while our design plans that started off at a small design, because my understanding, our firefighters want a new place to sleep that's safe for them and live in, and to do their job. And they can't even get this because there was an individual on this council that demanded the design project be expanded into the $30 to $40 million range. And so if you're going to sell a land for $20 million, plus you have public works on that same land, where are you going to move public works at? With $20 million, how are you going to pay for the fire station that was designed? How are you going to pay for a $30 to $40 million fire station? And I also want to thank Congressman Gil Soneros for working on behalf of the constituents of West Covina for securing $250,000 for this city towards that project and to support our firefighters in the conditions that they're experiencing. And so it's misleading to say, and it's more misleading when this item is brought back before the cost analysis. It's more unfortunate that the same day that the council takes direction on a city manager position, that is also the same day where we have this item pushed onto the agenda late at night on a Friday night. It's ridiculous. It's unacceptable when we have real issues here. We have to do cost analysis that was supposed to come back to this council, but it was not brought back. I mean, we have Mr. Ahmad here from Transtech, who was responsible for the contract with BBK. BBK, to my understanding, and I think they also voiced this to Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, is that a cost analysis was done, but it's not being brought to the public, to the city council, because it exposes the real costs associated with building this fire station. And so it's misleading to make our firefighters believe that you're going to sell a $20 million land, while at the same time the developer has voiced concerns saying, we were never told that there's a cell tower on that in that property. And if you don't move that cell tower, we're going to cancel this deal. The city has failed to put this in they have failed to not disclose that they did not originally tell the buyer that there was a cell tower, and then now the developer has indicated that a promise has been made to them that don't worry, we're going to remove that cell tower. Now it's concerning when you see you're going to remove a federal compliant cell tower without first communicating with the phone companies or the seller owner to even seek permission before you make that commitment. And so my other question, the staff. Can staff explain why the staff report says the project includes 150 residential units, 15% affordable units described as 50 units, and a total of 200 market rate and rental units, while Brandywine's proposal says 141 residential units total? Brandywine's cover letter and site summary state 141 units consisting of 64 two-story homes and 77 three-story townhomes. The staff reports 150, 50, 200 numbers do not reconcile on their face.
So, council member, just to confirm that was their response to the RFP. Upon completing the RFP, we had a conversation with Ms. Sandra at HCD, and we confirmed that one of the requirements of HCD was the 15% affordable housing, which we had conveyed to Brandywine. So upon conveying that to Brandywine, they were able to keep the $21.3 million purchase price the same while ensuring the 50% affordability, which is the 50 units additionally.
Great. And so what the state of California is wanting to know is did the city of West Covina follow the Surplus Land Act? They want documents to prove that the city really engaged in good faith efforts to find the best buyer for this location that offers affordable housing and it doesn't at the cost that's being offered. And for the city to come here today, disregard a cost analysis, mislead our firefighters to believe that we're going to build a $30 to $40 million fire station with only $20 million, plus you have public works state. We don't even know where we're going to house them at, is not a good idea. And when else HCD is writing the city an email today, if HCD didn't take this serious enough, they wouldn't be emailing the city manager, Danya, you're on there, Danya, the Department of Housing Community Development, Naish, Gerardo, Russo, from Jones and Meyer, Mr. Doherty's offices. This is going on for months and months and months. If documents can be found, so we're going to just, what do we do? How can documents now be found? And I encourage the public, since we talk about the CPRA requests all the time, I encourage the public to do a CPRA request, demand these records that are missing somehow, and hold the city accountable, because these records are missing. How are they not around? It's odd to say that these records somehow, HCD, the state of California, has been requesting these documents for months now, and we're just going to disregard it. And the city attorney, you're gonna insinuate that it's okay, it's fine, we could do this. Well, HCD sent an email today, and I'm sure it was forwarded to you. And so it's concerning when you're saying that it's okay to move forward.
We got it, and I don't want to keep repeating it over and over over.
I'm finishing my last.
Okay,
comments.
Go ahead and finish your last comment.
And so it's ironic that we continue. The city of California has continued to email the city attorney's office, and no records have been produced. And so to move forward with this is reckless and a disregard to the true need that our firefighters need and expect.
Again, Madam Mayor, as I have explained, we're in communication with HCD. Sandra's great to work with. We know that there's documents that they want for us to produce to them so that we can address the SLA. That's understood. This isn't a disposition. There is no violation. This is a negotiation agreement, as I've said, 10 times already tonight. So this isn't a disregard for documents. I know we're diligently looking for these documents. And if we can't satisfy HCD, then I'll come back and say we couldn't locate that, we can't satisfy it, and we should go out again to RFP.
Mr. Mayor. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, as I say from the beginning, this is just very early stage ENA. We have one identified maybe 4 or 5 years ago with Mary Touch. Remember the $29.5 million? Okay, and they almost locked it in with, we already passed the ENA, and due to they give up and they went to their notice school and they purchased $50 million, so they're not going to pay a 29.5. So we have to go to IP again. But again, this is the early stage of negotiation. So if any issue, okay, or any cost issue we cannot do it, or a stay issue, or Brandywine have their due diligence, this is going to be not even happen. But we have to do a list that they understand we're willing to speak to them, and then we are going to bring the stay in, we're going to bring the developer, resident, all together. This stay, okay, and the CDR is located in the downtown plan before my time. Okay, meaning they already identified this location as a downtown plan, meaning like, okay, multi-residential and this and that. It's not going to be a car parking lot, this and that. This is a CT already identified back in 2013, 14, or 15. So we need what? That location, they have something, and it was currently our fire station number 1 is condemned. So this is the only way to do it. And Rome doesn't build in one day. They're doing the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 to make sure this project can complete. It's not going to build, everything. You got a $25 million, $30 million to get it done, because we don't know, because you're going to go through the design, etc., the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, including the fire chief, they want, and the firefighter want the emergency operation center. So since I already moved substitute motion, I request a vote.
Yeah, so we have 2 motions on the table. We can go ahead and...
Substitution motion go first.
Yeah, it's substitution motion.
So my motion is, to start this process, let both sides to talk together, see how this, including maybe the budget, maybe this and that, all can discuss, and including the state. So we're bringing everybody in the same table and see it's doable. And we let the firefighters, fire department involved in this at the same time to see how can we work as a joint venture to make sure we can address the fire station 1 issue. Okay. So I would move motion second. I request a roll call.
Roll call.
A motion by Councilman Wu with a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 3, consideration of an exclusive negotiation agreement for the City Yard project site in the city of West Covina. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes, I'll make a comment before I vote.
Wait, there's...
And so I'm making a comment before I vote.
Make it brief, please.
So, I also want to just state one thing, is that Mayor Pro Tem Cantos also mentioned another avenue about...
Can you focus on your...
Canadian tax, and you just allowed him to give an extra speech. I'm not allowed
it's
to...
It's a vote.
We vote on your
yes
comment,
or no.
not let him speak himself.
Okay, let me make my comment. So, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos brought up a very good point about initiating a public safety tax, and to say that failed miserably or failed, that was because the voters did not trust that the money was going to be accountable for. Moving forward, if the voters have assurances that their tax money will support our firefighters or support our police officers, that is very doable and very achievable, because the voters and the residents expect accountability here at City Hall. So, no.
Councilman Wu.
But I want to mention I went through it in 2017 or 18. The council, I think they put a safer tax, and they're increasing the tax. 80% no, 20% yes. Just go to read the history. 80% of our West Covina residents say no. So I don't know how you can debate that. So absolutely, we need to move on to make sure we can have money to build the station number 1. So yes.
Councilwoman Diaz.
The West Covina Fire Department deserves their fire station. And we've been lagging. We've been just waiting around, and all this accusations of us not doing the right thing is wrong. We have a city attorney who is our consultant. And like I said before, if he is wrong, then he's going to be held accountable. So I vote yes. We need a fire department, and we need to sell this property.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
The context with regard to the taxes is actually not the reason why the measure failed. It was because of its construction and how it was written. But that's a whole separate matter. But I repeat again that this is putting the cart before the horse in spite of whatever has been said here. And eventually, if something happens, let it be known that we try to warn you. The answer, my vote is no.
Well,
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Thank you. I can't leave that property as is, so I vote aye. Motion passes. On to item 5.
Number 5, I think.
Gutierrez. Oh, no, we already had roll call passed. So on to item 5. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order. That was just, the motion was with regard to the substitute motion. So
we still have to do the roll call for the other one?
A roll call
No,
for the action.
the substitute motion passed 3-2. The underlying motion is
It's done.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You, for the record, if you want to do the roll call, I'm assuming it's going to end 2-3.
Yeah.
It'll fail.
Okay. On to item 5. That's Councilman Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Yes.
What's your question?
So, hi, Mike. What is the status of fire station number 3? My understanding is that Cal OSHA visited last week the fire station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. And I understand from some of our firefighters that they were ideally like the opportunity to use the facility next to it. Are we taking their concerns into consideration to open up the door, open up the building so it could be joint?
In the capital improvement project, in our CIP, there is funding, I believe, in the proposed budget for Station 3, and all of those things are being taken into consideration.
So as of right now, also another thing is there's pests and rats infestation in the building, and I understand that we're taking out roof tiles, panels, and we're redoing the floor. I believe we're redoing the kitchen, but do we intend to fumigate the location?
Currently, we've removed everything. We've taken care of all the hazardous material, met all OSHA requirements, and sealed everything we possibly can for entrance points. And then after this was all done, we just had the exterminator come out and look at the facility again. A couple more things were identified that we can fix, and then we were working on an amendment to the contract to take care of a couple doors that are entry points. But for rats, the exterminator said that we are sealing all points, and there are no signs of rats in the facility as we speak now today.
And so would it will be too complicated to cut a hole into the wall to have access to the next building over, or?
Two separate things. I mean, we're here dealing with the emergency. So this emergency is being dealt with. So the area that was affected where the infestation was seen, we're dealing with that. So two separate things going on. We are taking care of the living area, cleaning the space, taking care of the hazardous material, sealing all entrance points, and dealing with the infestation. And then as far as adding use of the other area will be part of the CIP project. So obviously in dealing with the infestation, we can't redesign a station. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing is taking care of the problem. And then the plan is to move forward and address the firefighters' needs to expand the station, look at the area we have and how we can utilize that. So that is the next, that is part of the CIP, not part of the emergency. Hope I'm explaining that correctly.
Yeah. So are we gonna, so the building does not have to be fumigated then?
No, fumigation, to my understanding, would be more termites, things of that nature. This was rats. So according to the exterminator, we have taken care of the rats in the facility, and we are closing all entrance points so rats cannot, to try to do the best we can to prevent rats from coming in again.
Yeah, and my concern is also, is there an update on a washer for our firefighters for that station? Their washer is broken. I mean, it looks like
that is the first I've heard of that. If they need a washer,
the handle on the soap bars is missing. It's broken. I mean, it's not the best shape. I think I've spoken to our acting city manager. Is there an update on that?
One is on order, council member.
Great, thank you.
You're talking about the yard, or I'm sorry,
fire station washer. Yeah, and so
wash station. Okay.
Yeah, So my concern, so again, I just want to make sure that we are addressing this issue and that we are also hearing the voices of our firefighters and addressing the issues that they have, especially when I know for a while now there's been issues about privacy. There is a female firefighter stationed at this station. The need to have 2 separate restroom units and more privacy throughout the facility is also a need that I believe is urgent. But that's all I got to say.
Councilmember Gutierrez, this item here addresses the emergency repairs at Fire Station 3, and that's what Mike's here to talk about. Outside that scope, yes, I am working with our firefighters, our new chief, Assistant Chief Brown, and members of the department that have been here a number of years to try to redesign that station to be more accommodating and feasible for their use. So we are working on that, but that will be handled through a CIP project.
Correct. And I'll just say, again, I understand what you're saying. I was asking that question because it was my understanding this is an emergency and that Cal OSHA was visiting the station last week. So out of due diligence on myself, I was asking additional questions, but thank you for answering them.
Okay, Mayor?
Councilman Wu?
Move the motion to approve.
Second.
Actually, I just wanted to make a quick comment in regards to Cal OSHA. I understand, Councilman Gutierrez reports to Cal OSHA and met with them and walked with them. By all means, if it's possible, if we can work things out, any repairs or emergencies, please let us know, because if we involve Cal OSHA, then we get fined and we're paying additional fees instead of using those fees for our taxpayers to go through here. But that being said, roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 5, consideration of a need to continue emergency repairs at Fire Station 3. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes, and I'll make a comment before I vote. Again, since you addressed me, the need to involve a state agency is vital when our firefighters are living in conditions that are jeopardizing their health and could cause cancerous effects. And so, yes.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Before I answer, I just want to say that, there is a way that you can address these issues. I do not, and I don't think that I need to explain to the world how we have these problems. These are issues that could have been addressed to our city manager. You make your walks, you walk around to all these different stations, and you could have addressed them in private instead of calling OSHA, because that can cost us a lot of money as well. And you talk about saving the taxpayer dollars. I understand that, but you got to do it right. I don't understand. It's almost like you want to catch all of us in a got you. Our buildings are old, and we need to address them, but they should be done in an orderly fashion, and they should have been addressed to our city manager, and we could have worked on that. I have a lot of issues that I address the city manager, and they get taken care of. I don't have to stand here and tell you, I reported this, I reported that, and there's this, and there's that. I don't need to do that. I don't know what it is that you need to grandstand, but I think it's wrong. And it's a yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
If I make respond real fast,
done. You
Mayor.
can reserve that for the council comments.
She referenced
Thank
me,
you.
so.
Okay. Council comments at the end, we can all discuss. We can go ahead and comment all that after. There's a time and place for that. Consent calendar ended. Department regular matters. On to item 6, proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating capital improvement program CIP budget. Mr. Makrovich, who will present the staff report?
Finance Director Karen Ogawa is here to present the report.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
We'll just give it a quick minute. I have staff coming down, and they're all going to take a seat in the audience tonight.
That's a lot.
Are we all ready? Settled in? Go ahead. Our Finance Director, Karen, proceed.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for providing us this fiscally sound and clear directions as we forge ahead to prepare the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. Now, the proposed budget reflects what I refer to as a reset. Fiscal year 26-27 is a year of reset for the city of West Covina. I will illustrate that city has and will have more than a minimum of 18% general fund reserves as recommended by the State Controller's Office. Difficult, as some may say, not even palatable. Decisions were made in the preparation of the proposed budget. With a new leadership from our acting city manager, Mylan Marakich, and a collaboration from all our departments, has paved the pathway for a balanced budget. We had to think outside of the box. We had to drill down and analyze what we are spending our limited resources on and rely on our expertise of our department heads and our staff to identify what is essential for us to continue to deliver our high-level services to our residents. I would like to just take a moment to expand upon the collaborations of our department to demonstrate that our employees are committed to West Covina's financial sustainability. Now, staff recognizes that we need to reset in how we address our spending habits and the utilizations of our limited resources. We had asked our departments for their support as we began to prepare the proposed budget. We did not take the easy route of a rollover budget. No, in fact, we started from ground zero, which is referred to as a zero-based budget. So in other words, each department had to submit their budget request and provide justifications for each dollar requested. We did not take last year's budget and just add 5%. No, in fact, it was just the opposite. For each budget request, we reviewed the past 3 to 5 years of historical expenditures. Now, this is critical so that we can identify if there are any one-time transactions that might have been miscoded, and just to have a better understanding of our recurring expenditures. From there, the acting city manager, our assistant finance director, and myself met with each department to dissect the budget. Now, I am pleasantly surprised that the West Covina employees embraced this grueling process and were honest in telling us that some items were not essential to their operations, and they're willing to cut those items. Once we finished the initial department review, the acting city manager, assistant finance director, and myself met again with each department. We asked the experts, the department heads, and their staff to prioritize every account. Understand that we have over 4,000 accounts. Now, this process provided a means for finance to cut the low-level budget requests while still providing the necessary funds for departments to perform their essential services. Still, that was not enough to balance the budget. We had informed the departments that if we did not receive enough budget cuts in the operations, they will have to consider budget reductions in personnel costs. I will address the budget reductions in the presentation. But before we begin with the presentation, I want to share with you what I have discovered. I, similar to the acting city manager, have 40 years experience with 5 different cities. Now, to be honest, the initial reason I wanted to come to the city of West Covina was because the acting city manager and myself began our careers together. And I thought how wonderful it would be for us to end our careers. But after a few months, I realized that staff, who easily could have been hired by another city, and get paid more, they stayed. They stayed because they have been together in the trenches when times were very difficult. And they survived because they had each other. Just like what I would say a family would do. So, thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to build meaningful relationships and find a sense of an extended family. West Covina has become that family for me. There is a certain warmth here, a kind of magic in the atmosphere that I haven't found elsewhere. And it's hard to put in words, but it's something that I truly value and deeply appreciate. My point is, when the times are tough, you have to tighten up your belt and make do with what you have. Well, times are a bit challenging here in the city of West Covina, but we succeeded in proposing a balanced budget with over $100,000 in general fund surplus. This was achieved from the collaboration of police, of fire, human resources, public works, public safety, city clerk's office, administration, community services, and finance, who I passionately refer to as the city of West Covina family. We had to rely heavily on each other to be able to deliver this balanced proposed budget. So, thank you, department heads, and staff for making these tough decisions that much easier. And with that being said, we can begin with our presentation. Now, tonight, I'll be presenting the proposed 26-27 budget. And that's going to include the revenues, the expenditures, and the reserves. There are a lot of slides, so I will move as quickly as I possibly can. This presentation is intended to provide a very clear and transparent overview of the city's finances and how it aligns with the council's priorities. So this chart includes all funds, but it does not include transfers. The blue bars are revenues, the orange bars are expenditures, and the green bar is your fund balance or your reserves. This chart clearly illustrates that the fund balance is being maintained while expenditures have been increasing at a faster rate than revenues. Our next slide is going to break down of funds. So on our left is the non-general fund chart. Now, non-general fund includes transportation funds such as Prop A, Prop C, Measure M, Measure R, Measure W, as well as internal service funds. Now, on the right is general fund. These are funds that are not restricted. I would like to point out on the green bar on the right chart shows that the general fund reserves has been maintained. The estimated general fund balance for 24-25 is approximately $26 million, an increase of almost $1.8 million from the prior year. The following slides will focus on fiscal year 26-27. First, we'll be discussing revenues, followed by expenditures, and then fund balance. So total revenues, all funds, is $162 million, and expenditures are $148 million. As you can see, the difference between the revenues and expenditures will result in a surplus. So now, let's discuss revenues. Please note that this slide does not include transfers. But this ring clearly identifies the general fund is the major source of revenues for the city. General fund accounts for 62%. Special revenues are 28%. Other includes your enterprise funds, your total service funds, and your trust. Another illustration of our total revenues from all our funds. Again, general fund, 62%, which is approximately $100 million. Special revenues at $45 million. Capital projects, $909,000. Debt services at 1.4. Others is at 14.9. Now, what's included in the other of 14.9 million is your ISF, your internal service funds, at 11 million, your trust almost 3 million, and the enterprise at 660,000. Now, the following slides, we're going to focus on general fund revenues. So major revenues for general fund is your property tax, your sales tax, and charges for services. We're on slide number 12. Perfect. Now, the property taxes on the left chart, it clearly illustrates the growth. Early years property tax growth was around 4 to 5%. Well, as for sales tax, the chart on the right, it shows that 24-25 had decreased from prior year by approximately $500,000, and then it rebounds in 25-26 by more than $800,000, and then it continues to grow at that same rate of approximately $800,000 in 26-27. So the next slide will present the two major sources of revenues, which are charges for services and other. Unlike sales and use tax pattern, charges for services, which is the chart on the left, are much more steady. Charges for services includes ambulance services, plan check fees, whereas the chart on the right is your other revenues. Other revenues includes franchise fees, business license, transit occupancy tax, miscellaneous revenues. And the increase in 26-27, which is the light blue bar on the far right, is due to the refuse hauler sustainability agreement, whereby the city received $1.5 million annually. The sustainable agreement is for 5 years and will expire on December 2030. Next slide, we're going to discuss the property taxes a little further. So the dotted line here represents the trend for property taxes. And as you can see, the trend is moving forward or upwards. And in the past, we had increases of approximately 4 to 5%. Now, the LA County Assessor's Office indicated that West Covina property taxes roll for 25 had increased by 4.6, whereas countywide rate only increased by 3.91%. Now, although the Assessor's Office forecasted a 4.6 increase for 26-27, I only included a 3% increase. And the reason being is that the assessor's projection does not include the non-payment of property taxes. So again, the projected growth rate for property taxes is 3%. The next slide will show how much the city receives from property taxes that you pay. So for every $1 of property taxes that you pay, the city of West Covina receives 14 cents. So where does all your property tax money go to? Well, the culinary bar here shows that the distribution of the property taxes, whereby the LA County receives 33%, West Covina School receives 18%, and the Educational Augmentation Fund impound receives 17%, and the others are 18%. And again, West Covina is 14% or 14 cents on the dollar. The Educational Augmentation Fund impound is where the LA County collects the funds and it distributes it back to the schools and community colleges to meet the state's funding guarantees. What's included in other is Mount San Antonio Community College, LA County Sanitation District, LA County Flood Control, LA County Fire Protection District, just to name a few. Now, on the next slide, we're going to talk about sales tax. The dotted line here represents the trend for sales tax, and as you can see, the trend is moving upwards. And in the past, we have seen decreases of 2% and 3% increases. Projected for the 26-27 is a 3% growth factor from the current year's estimate. Sales tax represents 27% of your general fund revenues. Now, as for charges for services, we're projecting a growth rate of 4%. As mentioned earlier, charges for services includes ambulance services, which accounts for approximately 62% of the category of charges for services. Now, at one of the budget workshops, I announced very excitedly that ambulance services were going to increase by $124,000 or 2%. I was not sensitive to the fact these revenues were increasing due to our residents requiring more ambulatory services. So, to that resident who shared her husband's health conditions and explained why she had to call for ambulance services, thank you for addressing my insensitivity as I realized what was driving these revenues and just not look at the numbers. The next slide will focus on other revenues. As you see here, other revenues, similar to property and sales tax, are trending upwards. Other revenues account for 23% of the total general fund revenues. Other revenues includes other taxes, license permits, use of funds, funds from other agency, and other revenues. Our other taxes account for 47%, which represents our franchise fees account, our business license, and our transit occupancy tax, also known as the TOT. Now, as for license and permits, this category represents 15%, which is primarily consistent of the building permits. Other revenues, again, as we talked about earlier, includes the refuse haulers sustainability agreement of 1.5. Now, the next slide is going to illustrate the usage of the general fund major revenues. This slide illustrates that 67% of our general fund revenues goes towards public safety. That's police and fire, landscape maintenance, and utilities. More specifically, property taxes, sales taxes covers the cost of police, fire, landscape maintenance, and utilities. Now, the next slide, we're going to dive into the expenditures. Okay, so this chart does not include transfers, but this ring identifies that the general fund accounts for 58% and special revenues account for 20% of the allocation of expenditures. Capital projects is approximately $3 million. Debt service is about $16.1 million, and other is about $13.8. Again, other includes internal service fund, your trust, and your enterprise. Another illustration, all funds expenditures not including transfers. Now, our next slide, we're going to focus on general fund. So total general fund expenditures, including transfers, is approximately $99.7 million. The largest allocation goes towards salary and benefits, encompassing approximately 64% of the total general fund expenditures, again, including transfers. Materials are about $16.4 million. Allocated costs is about $5.2 million, and transfers are $14 million. So what is included in allocated costs? Well, that's the fleet maintenance and repairs, our liability, and our workers' comp. As for transfers out, includes the city's bond payment of $12.2 million for the principal and interest bond payments, as well as a citywide maintenance subsidy of $373,000. So this is just a visual depiction. I'm sorry if we can go to slide number 24. Right. This is a visual depiction of the general fund expenditures, which includes transfers. Police and fire combined is 64%. Transfers are 14%. Now, the following slides, we're going to talk about the departmental expenditures. The decrease you see here in administration accounts for the decrease of $400,000 in legal services. Please note that the city attorney's retainer estimate is about $480,000 in 25-26 and $527,000 in the budget included in 26-27. What is not included in the retainer, per our agreement, is litigation, special legal services, and code enforcement prosecution. Increase that you see here in the city clerk's office, that is due to the November election costs of approximately $350,000. Finance increase is due to filling of vacancies, as well as increase in IT costs. Similar to that, with HR, the increase is due to filling of vacancies. The increase in police is due to salary benefits, UAL, workers' comp, which is offset by a $2 million reduction to overtime. Fire has an increase in salary benefits, UAL, workers' comp, and that is also offset by $2 million in overtime, resulting in a decrease of approximately $11,000. Public safety increase is due to the increase in animal control of almost $100,000, which is offset by some operating deductions. The increase in public works is due to personnel costs and service contracts. The decrease in community development is due to the reduction of professional services. The decrease in community services that you see here is a reduction of personnel costs and reallocation of special events, approximately $200,000 to the foundation. Now, regarding the foundation, as the chief finance officer of the foundation, I am obligated to act in accordance to the foundation's governing documents. The bylaws provide that the chief finance officer has the custody of the foundation funds and is responsible for dispersing those funds as directed by the board of directors, that is the council. They further require that checks be signed by the chief finance officer and countersigned by the chairperson of the board, who is our mayor, which is a current practice. Now, at this time, disbursements are being made consistent with the board-approved budget and established procedures. The bylaws do not require that each individual disbursement be separately approved at a notice board meeting, absent of a specific board resolution imposing such a requirement. Well, that being said, the board always retains authority to further define or restrict disbursement procedures. If there is an interest in requiring additional approval or modifying our current practices, that would be appropriately be considered by the full board at a properly noticed meeting. I will ensure the foundation that the proposed budget will be placed on the upcoming agenda, which is June 2nd, for the board's approval and review. This slide here, it represents the capital improvement projects known as CIP programs. They are funded, including current funding plus prior year rollovers. That amounts to $28.7 million. This reflects the city's investment in the infrastructure, in our facilities, in our streets, and our parks. The $28.7 million includes all funding sources. General fund is approximately $5.7 million. Assessment district is $4.9 million, and special revenues is $10 million. A complete listing of all these CIP projects is in the proposed budget, including the general fund budget of $1.5 million for the fire station number 3 renovations. Next section, we're going to focus on fund balance. Fund balance for all funds is $172.5 million, and that does not include transfers. Now, as you can see, special revenues here makes up the majority of 62% of the total fund balance, and general fund is 15%. In the following slide, we're going to break down what is the makeup of fund balance. Here you will see that the special revenues and other non-general fund is represented in the chart on the left. The non-general fund balance is projected to be about $146 million at the end of 27. General fund is estimated to be at $26 million, and that is illustrated on the chart on the right. As you know, transportation special revenues must be used within 3 years that our project costs require us to accumulate these funds in order to cover the project costs. Thus, the decrease in the non-general fund in 25-26 reflects the usage of special revenues for capital improvement programs. The significant increase that you see in 26-27 is primarily due to the Highway Safety Improvement Program of approximately $10 million. Of this funds would be used to utilize for the Azusa pedestrian and signal improvement of $7 million and Cycle 10 improvements of approximately $3.7 million. Now we're going to be discussing the general fund balance in the following slides. This slide illustrates our fiscal discipline. We continue to maintain healthy reserves to ensure fiscal stability and prepare for unforeseen challenges. In 24-25, we're expecting a surplus of over $1.8 million, which is attributed to the property taxes and ambulatory services coming in higher than estimated. In 25-26, we also are expecting surpluses. $2.3 million is primarily due to the $1.5 from the waste sustainability. Now, with the collaboration of all departments, we are able to realign our expenditures to our resources, which includes reducing the overtime budget by $4 million. The following slides, we're going to discuss the general fund balance even further. The city adopted a fiscal policy that requires the city to maintain an unassigned fund balance of 18% of the general fund operating expenditures as recommended by the State Controller's Office. What is unassigned fund balance? Well, simply put, it is unrestricted funds that do not include your prepaid, your advances, or land held for resale. So you can see on this chart that we have been maintaining an unassigned fund balance, which is located in the middle column there, of $18.5 million to approximately $22.8 million, and we are anticipating to reach $22.9 million at the end of 27. The city has met the state controller's recommendation of maintaining 18%. In fact, we are projecting $7.5 million over the requirements of $15.5 million at the end of 27. This slide will show that the next slide will show the fund balance in a chart. Now, as stated earlier, so long as we continue to practice our fiscal discipline, we can continue to exceed the State Controller's Office reserve requirements of 18%. As we forge ahead, with the continued support of the City Council and the leadership from our acting city manager, coupled with the collaboration of our staff, we can begin to build long-term financial stability, and is depicted on this slide here. Now, the next section, we're going to change gears. We're going to focus on areas of focus. Now, areas of focus are one-time revenues, fiscal sustainability, staff resources and costs, and other activities that are drawing from our limited general fund resources. With regards to one-time revenues, the city has received over $19 million in the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, and more commonly known as COVID monies. Here you can see where the funds were allocated. Clearly, the use of these funds was distributed to police, to fire, to parks, health department, IT, and landscape maintenance. These funds must be spent by December 31st of 2026. Any funds remaining will be returned back to the originating source or the federal government. The next slide will provide you with an update on these funds. As of date, listed on this matrix here are the ARPA funds remaining. Please be advised that we'll be adding back to the final budget the health department section under the long-term factors. Basically, the paragraph added will include that the city is in a holding pattern as we await the approval from the California Department of Public Health, and that other than ARPA funds funded in the CIP project, the proposed budget does not include revenues nor expenditures for our health department. The next slide is going to address the status of the state controller's classification. City of West Covina is on the state controller's high risk list. There were 6 areas of concern. As of January of 25, 50% of these areas have been addressed. We believe that the remaining 3 areas, which is classification 1, 2, and 6, have now been satisfied. High risk 1 refers to diminishing reserves. Well, you've seen it tonight. We are well above the state controller's requirement of 18%. High risk area 2. That refers to the labor agreements that were not fully executed and limit the cost of health care benefits. As of date, we have memorandums of understandings, MOUs, for all of our 9 bargaining units. High risk area number 6. That refers to contracting practices. Well, on December 3rd of 2024, the city formally amended its contract practice to include that city management is to document the justifications for entering into contracts or extensions exceeding 5 years. Now, with all that being said, Finance will take to council a corrective action plan in the very near future. Another area of focus is staff resources, which is going to be discussed on the following slides. The proposed budget includes 3 additional positions and reclassifications. And we were successful in balancing the budget without layoffs. There are several slides on this position, but due to the length of my presentation, I hope you don't mind. I'd like to skip to slide number 51, which is the overtime slide. So one of the budget cuts was a reduction of overtime to the tune of $4 million. As shown on this matrix to the right, you'll notice that police and fire 26-27 budget has been significantly reduced in comparison to the prior years. This is achievable by filling the vacancies in both departments, which Human Resources has done with the exception of a few remaining vacancies. Now, the overtime shown here does not include any overtime that is reimbursable, such as the mutual aid, nor does it include any overtime funded by non-general funds. Now, a question came about at one of our budget workshops, and that was on the topic of overtime. A resident brought forth concerns of staff calling out and then the time slots being backfilled with overtime, which I think is a valid point. Then discussions ensued and concerns raised about absenteeism. Well, there are controls in place to deter misuse of paid time off, that's sick, vacation, compensatory time off. Now, first of all, any paid time off must be approved by the department head prior to time taken off. Further, the personnel rules and regulations, there is a provision for suspension, demotion, reduction or pay, and dismissal for excess absenteeism or absence without approved leave. In addition, all overtime must be approved by the department head. So there are controls in place, and I am confident that department heads will exercise the appropriate measures to manage overtime in their respective departments. We all understand that overtime in public safety is inevitable due to the emergencies that arises. However, we have no vacancies. They will provide department heads the ability to have the necessary staff resources to manage their emergency call-outs and overtime. So collectively, so long as we continue to practice fiscal discipline that applies not only to city council, the acting city managers, but also to us department heads, we can continue to maintain our reserve balances above the minimum reserve requirement of 18%. Now, the following slide will address other areas of focus. I gave considerable thought about having these 4 cost elements on the same slide. But there's too many slides, so I said, just rip the bandage off and let's address them all at once. So these 4 cost expenditures cover approximately $26 million, or 26% of the 26-27 budget. The first cost driver, which is located in the left-hand corner, UAL. Well, UAL stands for Unfunded Accrued Liability, simply put, pension liability. In 26-27, it's projected to be $4.9 million, which is about a 30% increase from the current year. Now, to the right of UAL is workers' comp. 26-27 is expected to be about $3.6 million, which is approximately a 54% increase from the prior year. This is due to the increased number of worker compensation claims. General liability, which is on the left bottom side, accounts for $5.4 million, or 12% increase from the prior year. General liability covers our liability and litigation exposure, and as you know, we are responsible for the very first million in settlements. Now, the last chart, which is located in the far bottom right, is $12 million. It's a decrease of 2% from the prior year. This accounts for debt service, for our bond payments, for our lease revenue, bonds, and our notes. As you can see, the general fund has been subsidizing the sportsplex, approximately $726,000 up to $872,000. However, with the collaboration of our Assistant City Manager, Lerma, our Deputy Community Services Director, Perez, and our Public Works Superintendent, Cresep, we were able to reduce the subsidy in 26-27 to $780,600. Now, as for revenues, for the first time, our sportsplex is going to be hosting the Triple Crown softball tournament. That is a 3-day event, as well as a USSSA Little League World Series, which is a 16-day tournament. The combined total of these 2 tournaments is projected to bring in approximately $149,000 in revenues. But since we don't have an agreement nor a deposit, I did not include these tournaments in the revenue projections for 26-27. Thus, we do anticipate these tournaments to come to fruition, and that will reduce the general fund subsidy to $631,000. These potential revenues, again, are not included in the 26-27 budget. Now, for expenditures, the reduction from prior year is primarily due to the restructuring and allocated staff resources, modifications to the staff schedules, as well as maintenance costs. At one of our budget workshops, a resident inquired about the bond that was issued for the sportsplex. Well, in 2006, as you know, the City Council issued a lease revenue bond for $18 million, and with interest of $21 million for total bond costs of $39 million, with a maturity date of 2036. Included in the debt service budget is $1.4 million for bond payments for the sportsplex debt. The remaining outstanding debt is approximately $14.2 million. We will continue to secure additional rental fees, an increase in concession revenues, as well as investigate other potential options. The next slide is going to gear towards citywide maintenance district. A brief background on the citywide lighting maintenance district is that district was established back in 1976, and it provided the city a mechanism to finance costs of providing operations, servicing, and maintenance of street lighting and street trees, including medians and parkways. Now, included in the formation of the district was a clause, and it stated that the annual assessment adjustments are to be based on the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim, with a maximum annual assessment of no more than 2%. I'm not sure how in 2021 the annual assessment adjustment was 4%. However, we are confined to a maximum adjustment of 2% and the voters approve a higher adjustment, and that is per Proposition 218. Now, due to the adjustment constraints of 2%, commencing in 24-25, we're anticipating the funds collected from the assessments not to be sufficed to cover the district's expenditures for the street lighting and street tree maintenance. The projected deficit is approximately $98,000 in 24-25 and over $550,000 in 25-26. Fortunately, the maintenance district had reserves to cover these shortfalls. However, we are projecting deficits in 26-27 of approximately $373,000. Therefore, included in the 26-27 budget is a transfer of $373,000 from general fund to cover the maintenance district deficit. Now, key takeaways. As we continue to remain fiscally disciplined, we will have more success in the future. We are realigning our spending habits to be confined to our limited resources. We're not relying on one-time revenues to balance the budget. We will place a strong emphasis on revenue enhancements by actively pursuing new partnerships at the Sportsplex, expanding fire inspection activities, aggressively attracting new businesses, and conducting transit occupancy tax audits. So fiscal year 26-27 is the year of reset. Thank you, staff, for your collaboration and contribution. For it is you why I am able to say that we have a balanced budget. And with that, I am done and able to answer any questions that you may have.
Hey. Karen, you are just amazing. This is probably one of the best budget presentation I've seen. And thank you to the residents providing input. I love the visuals, making it as simple for the everyday resident to understand. You were able to deliver that. So thank you. I just, just to remind the resident, in 2018, we were headed towards bankruptcy. We were only 10 million in general fund, or 8 million. It was less than double digit. And the 2018 is when I got elected. We had a change of council leadership, and the staff changes. It makes a big difference when you have competent staff such as yourself who knows what they're doing, who knows, because every time I go through budget presentation, I remember that time of the first budget presentation, the finance director didn't even know how to explain budget, fund balance. And I remember Jim Grivich and everybody else, they were but you did an amazing job. So thank you. I'm glad to see that we did double up and that all those risks is being eliminated and we're working on it. And just, and I tell the residents, we can't fix this overnight. It takes time. But as if you can see throughout the years, it's been moving in an upward positive direction. And I just wanted to thank the staff and everybody's contribution. I know a few years ago, the biggest issue that we used to hear was, fire, overtime. They're using the overtime. Overtime was the word that was big. And to see that overtime had decreased is great to also know. But that being said, I'll yield to my council colleagues. Councilman Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, and this is such a night and day. The 2018, we went through, try to balance the budget and cut 10% of police and fire, and the layoff 22 public work, staff, and even layoff, the civil grant 10. I think 9 firefighters and freeze, the engine number 4. And we're still thinking about bringing it back if we have enough budget. So just that we went through a very, very tough time in 2018. And we select contract, finance director Lancaster talking about bankrupting. We're going to bankrupt the city. And if we don't raise the tax, and that is what the soundbite in 2018. And I asked her the question, and the new, another one is, the new hired, the finance directors, and I asked how much we have in the bank, the fund balance, and she cannot answer. I asked 5 times different way, how much we have in the bank, or fund balance and fund balance. And if you go to 2018, and regarding the our council meeting, you will see that comedian, show about, they cannot explain about the fund balance, what the reserve fund balance, the difference, and that. See, and a big difference from 2018 and now 2026, you can see very bright future. Okay, you can see we physically, okay, very conservative to make sure we don't spend the money we don't have. And under your leadership, okay, and you try to make sure the overtime and including the mutual aid for the fire and for future from the police, anything we can, okay, collect the revenue and the resource into the city, increasing the budget, increasing the revenue. I think rather than cut, we want to increasing the revenue, meaning bringing more money into the city so we can provide more service. And regarding, and I just saw regarding the sportplex, I think sportplex can be fixed. I think just need to change in some of the staffing right there and the public work. I think we have 5 full-time. It doesn't make any sense if you, okay, and unless you have a very busy schedule, you don't need 5 full-time over there.
I can interject right there on the sportsplex. The Deputy Community Services Director has provided me the schedule for the entire calendar year. It is booked.
So it's booked right now.
It's booked.
So it's going to make money.
I can't include in the revenues. I don't have deposit. I don't have agreements. But she did show me a schedule of fully booked. But again, it was through the collaboration of, our Assistant City Manager Lerma, our Community Development Director, Deputy Director Perez, and our Parks Superintendent Creasap. They were able to sit down, restructure, totally restructure the staffing, the resources, rescheduling, maintenance costs. That's not easily to do.
It's a teamwork. Okay, they work together, yes. And we've been expecting. Okay, and fill out that place, a beautiful place. I call it. It's like West Covina Rose Bowl. Okay, like our sportplex. We have this 23 acre of small amusement park with 6 baseball field with indoor soccer field. It's something that we're very proud to have, and we want to invite people to utilize. At the same time, collect the money. Okay, collect the fund. Okay, and it's such a music in my ears. Thank you so much. And I've been pushing you guys. Okay, make sure we have a full schedule. We have full schedule over there, and so we can fill it up. Why? When you fill it up, the sportplex, people are playing over there. Next thing, you have 2 restaurants right there. And when you have people, the people asking for food, asking for drink, and that is going to bring the revenue to the city. But again, we are doing as a city, it's a non-profit. We just want to balance the budget. By the same time, we want to balance. We want to have a resource. We have a facility with 2 restaurants over there, and I think we should utilize, with that restaurant, including not only the revenue but also the service. But overall, it's such a very optimistic, projection and future. Yes. And we can tell 2018, we cannot see any business come to West Covina. And in 2018, our police and fire, they are leaving us. So compared with right now, yesterday I attend, we have 6 new police officers joining us. We have 4 promotion. Too bad we have 1 retirement. We should pull him back. But what I'm saying is this. People are joining West Covina right now. The police is difficult to recruit, but we got 6 yesterday compared with 2018. So it's kind of a long way to come to today, but I want to thank the staff as, work together. I want to thank, finance director, very clear about what budget, about what's coming and what 2027 coming up will be look like. And I can see, because you can see Texas Roadhouse coming in. Fogo de Chao is going to open pretty soon. And I think May 17, the Wallace Chicken is going to open. It's going to, they say they want to do some kind of commie and they want to get a permit from the city. So a lot of great things happening in our city. And meaning what? We are a happy city. Residents coming here together. Everybody's very happy, and our finance is very strong. And in that way, and we can provide more service, make city more prettier, attract more business, and make sure our children have an after-school program, have play safely to play. I think this is all what we are trying to do in the community. But I want to say thank you, and thank you so much. I want to thank the staff, all work together to make sure we can all work together in the same boat to make sure this boat is beautiful and can sell forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Great. When you spoke about the Community Services Foundation, you said that you're in charge of the Castilla funds, correct?
That's correct.
And does the board meeting have to occur for money to be, or does the board need to vote on disbursements?
The board needs to vote on the budget.
And when was the last time the board voted on the budget?
The foundation budget was included in the city's annual budget 25-26. I will take the foundation budget to the council, the governing board, at the June 2nd meeting as a separate item so that we can have further discussion about the direction, how you want this foundation to move.
Great. And so I'll start off by saying, Mr. Gawa, I want to be clear. The questions I'm going to ask, I want to make clear that I support our police officers, our firefighters. My concern tonight is not with them, our officers or employees. My concern is rather finance is presenting selected numbers in a way that makes the public believe costs were cut when budget shows costs may have been shifted, reclassified, or presented without full transparency. So a couple of my questions are, so it says CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, told me on December 11, 2025, that it did not currently have an application or application process for a new local health department, and that CDPH was not reviewing any documents submitted by West Covina. Were you aware of that before this budget was presented to the public?
I was under understanding that we're in a holding place. Basically, we're on hold and waiting for our final review and application. That is my understanding.
And then on March 10th, 2026, CDPH also stated, to clarify, West Covina does not receive public health funds from the California Department of Public Health for a local health department. There is currently no regulatory process in place for applications for a new local health department. As a result, the city of West Covina does not have an active application. Currently, the Los Angeles County continues to receive funding for the provision of public health services in West Covina, and LA County continues to provide public health services in the city of West Covina. Thank you. Sincerely, Office of Regulations.
Councilmember Gutierrez, as Ms. Ogawa stated, we are in a holding pattern, and that's where we're at. So I believe that question's outside the scope of the budget presentation.
No, I'm not. No, it's not, City Manager. Let me ask the questions. I'm elected by the taxpayers. I'm asking budget questions. Please let me finish. So I'm going to move on. So $598,000 was spent or allocated before allocated. The budget presentation identifies $598,190 for the establishment of a local health department, with only about $41,151 remaining, correct?
That's correct.
If CDPH was not reviewing a West Covina application and no application process existed at the time, what exactly did taxpayers receive for almost all that money?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I believe those questions all predate our employment with the city.
But it's on the budget. So I want an answer to the question.
So
do we not know the answer at this time?
Money has been spent for the establishment of the local health department. That is correct. Finance director has presented what has been expended and what our current balance is.
Yeah, so we're talking about the budget. And so my concern is, if I'm not mistaken, we continue to pay monthly consulting fees for a consultant for supposedly doing this health department.
For the establishment of the health department. You're absolutely correct. For the establishment.
So monthly fees are being paid. And so my concern is taxpayer accountability on the budget. So
again, if I can just state that the funds that are used for the establishment of the health department is from the American Rescue Funds, not from ARPA, the COVID money is not
correct.
Fund.
Correct. And again,
just want to have that clarification.
Yeah, and that's still taxpayer money. And so can you state clearly tonight, is West Covina currently approved by CDPH to establish a local health department?
Councilmember Gutierrez, we are not. We're still in a holding pattern.
And where in this budget is the full 5-year costs for staffing, pension, liability, facilities, equipment, legal, and operations? CDPH's official DPH 21-009 materials identified the new local health department application as a regulatory proposal process.
Councilmember Gutierrez, we're still in a holding pattern. We are waiting for a response from CDPH, and then we will be able to answer those type questions.
The problem is that we're paying money for a health department that we're not even approved for.
Councilmember Gutierrez, the ARPA funds, when passed, were dedicated to certain projects. They can only be spent on those specific projects, whether it be the fire equipment, health department, landscape mediums. They're all in a separate category, so you can't transfer funds back and forth. They're very specific to the purpose. So we're going to either expend the $41,000 remaining on health department activities and expenses, or our finance department will write a check back to the federal government, and that applies to each of the categories in the ARPA accounts.
And may I further clarify or expand upon that? The ARPA funds, when the city received them, it was the council who approved how these federally funded were going to be spent on what projects. Again, that was approved by the council. We are merely abiding by what the council had approved.
Correct, and my concern is that there was assertions made that people were working for free, but it turned out that people were not working for free. They were getting monthly fees, and so we move on. For police overtime is down in the budget, but the police budget went up. Police overtime drops from about 3.62 million estimated to about 1.78 million proposed. But total police expenditures increased from about 34.7 million to about 38.36 million. If overtime was truly cut, why did the police budget still increase by about 4.29 million?
Well, I believe the city council had approved the bargaining units for both POA and PMA. In those memorandum agreements that were approved include increases, COLA increases, as well as additional pays. Reflected in the 26-27 budget are the MOU requirements. That is why I stated earlier that salary and benefits had increased. In addition to that, our unfunded accrued liability has increased, as well as our workers' comp. All those costs have to get allocated to what we refer to as cost centers or departments.
Correct, but the detailed information that usually the last 2 years have had are not in the book.
I'm sorry, I believe the annual budget, the proposed budget that is presented to you resembles that of what was provided in the prior years.
We're missing other aspects. We're missing nonprofit breakdowns and so forth, and I'll move on to that. But overtime, so again, you could see the concern that when you're saying you're cutting X amount of money, but somehow that same amount of money is somehow increased on the other side. And so I just want to make sure taxpayers have transparency.
Well, let me just be clear. The MOU agreements, the 9 MOU agreements that were approved by council, increased our salary benefits by approximately $3.5 million. That's an annual increase. So yes, the salary and benefits, the personnel costs has increased. We offset that from the collaboration of both the police and fire to reduce their overtime budget by approximately $4 million, or $2 million for each department. And I do thank both chiefs for their collaboration.
And the report says overtime is reduced because police and fire vacancies were anticipated to be filled. That is not an actual savings today, correct?
The savings is, as I refer to as, that having the positions filled will then allow the department heads, the chiefs, to allocate staff resources and therefore eliminate the overtime that was before what was required because of the vacancies.
So is it safe to say that's a future assumption?
That is a future assumption, yes.
Great, thank you. And is it misleading to prevent a major overtime cut to the public before those vacancies are actually filled?
Those vacancies, majority of those vacancies have been filled, and I stated earlier that Human Resources is accurately filling the remaining few vacancies.
And in police, if overtime decreases about 1.84 million, but salaries increased to about $17.30 million. Benefits increased to about $12.63 million. PERS UA out increases to about $2.70 million. And allocated costs increased to about $2.9 million. Is it more accurate to say cost shifted categories rather than disappeared?
I didn't state the cost shifted. I stated that salary and benefit related costs have increased, which were offset by the reduction of overtime.
And fire overtime, and for the fire department, fire overtime drops. And the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I do support our police officers and our firefighters, and I want to make sure that if they are working overtime, that they're getting paid for the job they're doing.
Absolutely.
And so the next question is fire overtime drops from about $3.82 million to about $1.51 million. But fire PERS UA out increases from about $678,000 to about $1.69 million. And fire materials and services increased to about $3.25 million. Why wasn't the public told that the overtime decrease is offset by other rising fire costs?
I believe I stated it in my statement about the overtime, that there were increases in salary and benefits, including UAL, unfunded accrued liability, which were offset by the $2 million that the fire department reduced their overtime budget. I believe that was stated.
And it was.
And so we move on. The presentation says overtime is being cut, but public safety total, police, fire, and public safety.
Please understand when I state that overtime is cut, that was not an easy decision to be made.
Yeah,
our police chief, our fire chief agreed to reduce it. They are going to do their best to eliminate that overtime and to meet the budgetary demands. I don't want to take it lightly. The cuts were drastic and it is taken very seriously. I just want that statement to be known.
Yeah, and my concern was that money has been moved around, but
the monies have not been moved around, Councilman Gutierrez. The UAL, the unfunded accrued liability, has increased. That, unfortunately, is due to the CalPERS actuarial.
Yeah, I mean, I could just.
It has no relationship to overtime.
I could just go off what the numbers show, but again,
Understood.
we move on. The presentation says overtime is being cut, but the public safety total, police, fire, and public safety combined, increases from about $62.35 million to about $66.67 million, an increase of about $4.32 million. How is that real public safety cost reduction if you're saying that you're saving money? And again, I want to make sure we have funding for them, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
We were able to balance the budget, right? Again, the 9 MOUs comes at a cost of $3.5 million annually. We had to add $3.5 million to our salary and benefits. In order to accommodate that, the police and fire agreed to reduce the overtime budget by $4 million.
And general fund revenues increase about 3%, or about $2.9 million. But general fund expenditures increase about 6%, or about $5 million.
Correct.
How can finance call this structurally balanced when spending is growing almost twice as fast as revenue?
The definition of a structurally balanced budget is where the incoming or the resources exceeds that of the outsources or expenditures. I stated earlier that estimated general fund revenues will exceed the estimated general fund expenditures by approximately $100,000. That is what we called a structurally financed budget or a balanced budget.
And the budget shows special events at about $587,960 proposed. But I don't see a breakdown of events. Why is that not in this budget, like the prior years?
I think in the prior year budget, I saw the same thing. We listed all the 20 special events in the descriptions. I do not recall seeing dollar amounts associated with each of those events.
Yes, there were.
Then I'm sorry, I didn't.
So there's still time you're still going to come back here, but
yes.
Is there a way to show that breakdown at the next budget meeting?
If that is the council's pleasure, absolutely.
I mean, it's just a transparency question, so it shouldn't be a problem to
Council's
show.
Pleasure.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be hard. I've been asking for documents, and you have not produced those documents. I
believe you asked me for the special events from 2023, 24 to current. That was asked of me of this week, and I am sorry, but I've been quite busy with this budget and this presentation, so I was not able to address your request.
Yeah, it was actually a prior week. And so.
Can we allow, how many questions?
So let me finish, please, Mayor.
I would like.
He gets to speak all the time, and you never cut him off. When I speak, you always cut.
No, I do not.
I speak shortly. I don't speak that long.
Not as long, and because the reason why I'm saying is because you're asking the same questions, and the answers are being the same repeated. So I don't know if you have a understanding. So I'm just wanting to know, and if their questions are going to be repeated.
Correct. I'm almost done. And so my concern is transparency. A reduction in one overtime line item does not mean taxpayers save money. If the same costs reappear in salaries, benefits, and pension payments, allocated costs, and other departments. And so I think it's important.
Yeah, there's no correlation between the overtime and the allocated costs as well as the UAL.
Yeah.
I have to be clear on that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm seeing. And so again, without transparency on those categories, especially the when it comes to special events, again, you have $500-something allocated, but I'm not seeing how that's dispersed. We have one event that has not turned in all the funding that they promised to give back to the city still. And so that's of major concern to me when we're not disclosing to the public what that $582,000 is made of. I think the public has the right to know how their taxpayer money is being dispersed per event. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
And I just want to make it very clear. I believe this budget is very transparent.
Defend him.
As far as I'm concerned, I think the public, from the public workshops, they also agreed that this budget is very clear and transparent. I hope my presentation also exemplified that. Yes, any other questions?
Well, I'm going to allow the acting city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, Councilmember Gutierrez, first of all, Karen, thank you very much for most detailed presentation I've seen while being at this city. This goes back to the old days when we worked together for 20 plus years at the same city, and it was run very well, and we had a very, very successful operation. Councilmember Gutierrez, I want you to just take a quick look in the audience, members of the council. We have all our department heads here. We all have, our whole management team is here. Deputy directors, managers, supervisors. In my years here at the city, I have not seen staff sit in unified support. You see your police chief out there. You see your fire chief. Everything in the budget, we met and we discussed individually in small groups, and we're in unified support as a whole. I just want you to know that we are moving forward, and this city is moving in the right direction. I'll turn it back to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Can I respond to that, please?
I'm going to.
I would like to respond to the mayor. Let me respond to the mayor.
Order. You do not have the floor. You do not have the floor. I would like to allow.
Yourself, Mayor. Oh my God.
Somebody speak.
Are you disrupting the meeting?
You're being
disruptive? Warning.
Crazy.
2.
Don't
Keep
threaten
going.
me.
One more.
Stop
It's not a
threatening
threat.
me.
Don't
Yes, you
insult
are.
people with crazy. Okay? Don't call people crazy.
Order. I'm going to give you one last chance, and if you continue to disrupt, I'm calling Sergeant at Arms.
Stop
now, I'd like to
proceed with the meeting.
Mayor, I'm available to answer any questions that.
Well, you know, thank you. And Mylin and Karen, thank you so much for being very patient and explaining to a council person multiple times but that's a different story. I'm not going to go there. I'd like to allow Mayor Pro Tem Cantos to have the floor as he has questions as well as the other council. So thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate it. First of all, Karen, I really have got to commend you. Holy cats. The way that you have brought together, you and the acting city manager have rallied our staff to start with a zero-based budget and this whole process, it is magnificent. It really is. I'm just really appreciative to the entire staff because it really required a team effort. This cannot be done in a vacuum. It absolutely has to be done in a way that brings everybody together. And for this balanced budget to come across this way as the result of direct team input with all of the senior leaders, which I am sure is reflective of what their various staff have recommended. It's just really incredible. So I'd just like to start off by just saying thank you for that. Thank you very much to the entire staff for all that you have done. So I just have a few quick clarifying questions, if I may, please. The first one is, you brought up workers' comp earlier. Can you describe what efforts are occurring or are planned, or maybe you or the acting city manager can answer this, what efforts are occurring to mitigate risk so that we can cut our workers' comp expenditures? Because various of us just came from the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and we really want to continue to cut our risk in order to minimize the actual occurrences happening that would cause unnecessary expenditures to our city. So can you describe what is in the works to lower that line item for the future as you look ahead, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Contos. So working with Tony Lighty and all the JPIA staff, we are actively pursuing and sending all staff to safety trainings. We have a safety committee here established at City Hall, and we meet quarterly to go over our workers' comp claims and how to prevent them in the future. Staff individually, department heads, managers are all working with our facility maintenance team to do assessments, make sure we have no workplace safety issues. So staff is progressively and proactively addressing all workers' comp related issues and their root cause.
If I could add to what the acting city manager mentioned, the workers' comp claims that we are addressed in this budget does not mean these are current claims. These are workers' comp claims that have been around for a few years. It takes quite some time to get them resolved. So understand, please, that the increase in the workers' comp isn't due to current worker comp claims. These are outstanding claims that have been outstanding for quite some time. So there's the difference, the shifting.
Thank you. I appreciate you describing that, because that was actually discussed at JPIA, that it takes a while for these to germinate, and all the claims are at different stages. So would you venture to say that because of our practices, that in the future, as we have new budgets, we will likely see the workers' comp number go down because of current practices?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Acting City Manager, can you describe the ways in which staff are being trained and leveraging JPIA resources in all different departments so as to affect our risk mitigation?
Absolutely. So all of our department managers, directors, managers, supervisors have a JPIA portal. They're encouraged and they attend trainings on a regular basis, whether it be online or in person. And again, as I said, we're working closely with our risk manager, Tony Lighty, at a JPIA to address any safety concerns in the city. And I think you will see claims go down as we operate smarter and safer.
Thank you very much. And moving on to another line of questioning, I'm wondering, with regard to the Sportsplex, the expenditures now are exceeding $600,000, and I understand that there's full bookings. Congratulations to staff. I'm just wondering, what would happen if we were to outsource the management of the Sportsplex so as to create potentially up to $400,000 to $500,000 in positive revenue, as opposed to $600,000 in expenditures? And that may be an acting city manager.
That's kind of a hypothetical.
Question.
I mean,
right. It
it's
may
very
be
difficult, but I can assure you that I did see the schedule at the Sportplex for the calendar year that our Deputy Community Services Director has provided. It is full. It is absolutely full. So,
including the weekday?
Yes, absolutely the weekdays.
Whoa.
With the rescheduling and the restructuring of the staff schedule, staff will be there during the weekends when it's most populated, mostly used. And during the week, they're going to have minimal staffing.
Great.
So it's the efficiency of our limited staff resources. And I do again commend our Assistant City Manager, Lerma, as well as our Deputy Community Services Director, Perez.
I love that. Thank you. And so, because of the tight bookings and our having everything basically back to back, how much? And I realize this is just general. It's not in, the money's not in yet. It cannot be considered part of the budget for what you're presenting. But just generally, to what extent are the revenues from those bookings offsetting the projected expenses for the Sportsplex?
I can tell you that the two new tournaments that staff has secured at the Sportsplex is estimated to bring in just those two tournaments $150,000. I do not know what the other rental costs would be. I don't know the type of activities. I have seen the schedule, but unfortunately, I don't have those numbers to be able to project.
Thank you. I have one last set of questions. And with that, I'd like to ask the Assistant City Clerk. Well, I wanted to ask with regard to the Health Department. I understand that there's no money being dedicated to the Health Department, and the remaining $40,000+ that has to be spent, or we send the money back. I was wondering if the Assistant City Clerk can please read what I've set aside to having her read, and then after that, I'm going to ask my question.
Go ahead.
In an email I received from Councilmember Contos, he says on page 25, bullet point, continue to respond to the global COVID-19 pandemic. Bullet point, with due regard to general fund fiscal impacts, respond to California Department of Public Health, CDPH, proposed regulations. Seek provisional approval from CDPH for creation of a fiscally sustainable municipal health department. Prepare a community health needs assessment, community health improvement plan, and other studies as may be required by CDPH and the Public Health Accreditation Board. Negotiate and execute agreements for health department laboratory services. Page 53, bullet point. Advance the establishment of the West Covina Health Department. The City Manager's Office continues to work in close coordination with the California Department of Public Health, CDPH, on the establishment of a local health department. This critical effort underscores the city's dedication to expanding public health services and ensuring community well-being.
Thank you, Madam Assistant City Clerk. The reason why I wanted to bring those up is because it sounds like those might have been cut and pasted from prior years. And I don't know if you could clarify why that is in there now in light of how we are not dedicating any further resources to the health department. So could you provide some context to why that language is still there, please?
What I wanted to state, and as I stated earlier, we're still using the ARPA funds for the establishment of the local health department. That is included in the CIP budget. Those funds are included in there, and it's also going to be included in the rollover. There are no general funds included in this budget for the establishment of the local health department. We have to expend the $41,000. If we do not, those funds will go back to the federal government.
So in light of our needing to spend the $41,000, and I understand it's not from our budget, it's ARPA money, but what is that to be spent on in light of where we are in terms of the health department essentially not really being able to proceed forward? So what are we spending our money on, and how would we spend that money in a way that is most productive for residents as opposed to just spending it down to spend it down because otherwise we have to send the money back to the federal government?
Mayor Pro Tem, if the state contacted us tomorrow and said we could proceed, we would incur expenses. So there's a lot of speculation of what may happen. But as of now, as we stated previously, we're in a holding pattern. I don't know if they'll respond to us this week, a month from now, or 3 months from now. But if they are to respond and there are expenses to be incurred, it'd be limited to the money that's remaining in the ARPA fund, because there are no general fund dollars dedicated towards the establishment of a local health department.
So, Mr. Acting City Manager, are there possible expenses that we haven't been billed for yet that money would then need to be used to pay for? Or is it that there might be future activities that would fall under implementation of health department goals without a health department, just so we can spend the funds down?
I'm not aware of any expenses that have not been paid, and I can't speculate on what the future entails for cost or any expenses that may incur. But again, if the money's not spent towards the health department, it will be returned to the federal government.
And I believe the council has given staff direction not to incur any expenses related to the local establishment of the health department utilizing general funds. We were only authorized to expend ARPA funds, and that is what we are currently doing.
And what would it be expended for is what I'm trying to ask.
Calls for speculation. I mean, if the health department were to contact the state contacts tomorrow and ask for additional documents or staff to do additional work or attorney services for the establishment, those are all types of costs we could incur. But again, I wouldn't know until we are contacted back from the state.
So in light of this being before us and in considering those various functions that were read on pages 25, 34, and 53, I'd like to move to strike those from the report so that way we not proceed forward with those specific functions.
I'll second.
What exactly?
Well, with those items relating to health department implementation, since the things that were just read on pages 25, 34, and 53 have to do with the health department functions, and in ways that don't have any relevance.
Point of order. Okay, I think that has been previously approved by 4-1. Okay, including. Okay, what the health department for $41,000. Okay, and that's what. And I remember that it's not. Okay, we cannot use general fund. You need council approval. Okay, if you want to use the general fund, but currently we're not using any general fund at all. And another thing regarding the status right now is, I think the Department of Finance already approved. It's going to hearing. You go to second hearing, and then will be approved with a 16 attorney. Okay, that because our application will set up this new agency for all the city to apply. So it's not only West Covina to apply. With that, then they will accept application with their new law, with how they set it up with a 16 attorney. If you follow through with their website, and that's what they went through 5 years of application. So anyway, this is what the status, if you can read, okay, if you understand, okay, what the 5 years went through, okay, about the health department, how West Covina as a pioneer apply and force the state and starting with all this procedure, with including, okay, and the monthly meeting with Dr. Chapman from the CDPH, for building this thing. I think Mylan's, okay, our acting city manager attended the meeting numerous times. Till right now, they are already done with all this procedure, and they're moving to the Department of Administration and Department of Finance and to get funding to us. Without funding, we have no health department. We need that funding and from the approval from the state, but they need to get this procedure, okay, all completed after the second time of a hearing, and they will notify all the city to apply. And West Covina is already on the top, the first one, so our package is already there, and they will be automatic to apply. Currently, of course, okay, you don't have a procedure, you don't have approval about their procedure, so nobody can apply. So that is what current pending dragging about, because we're waiting for state, okay, to get the final completion of the process application, and then all other city, not only West Covina, but all other city. I think Torrance is going to apply, Santa Monica going to apply. Okay, a lot of cities going to apply. They all want to have their revenue from the 50% from the federal funding and 25% from the state funding and 25% of our local, health inspection that will bring the revenue, and city basically in control with all the $20 million into the city as our budget. Okay, it's not from the tax, it's from the state and federal, and the inspection paid by all this business, including restaurant. Currently, they're paying county. Okay, in the future, if we got our health department paying us. But anyway, I let you finish your question. I'm just sorry to interrupt your question. But I just want to answer some of since I've been following 5 years on this procedure. Okay, and then so you just want to share with you. Okay, everything has been approved 4-1 before. So you want to strike, you have to make a motion to strike, and we already approved before. So why to strike something that previous council already approved?
Thank you. To answer that, it's because right now there is no active application before the California Department of Public Health. So therefore, the various items that were mentioned on those pages that were read.
I just answer you.
Right, and I'm answering for the benefit.
Currently, we are waiting for they finish their application procedure so we can apply. Without them tell us, say, okay, you can apply. We're just waiting for they say, okay, when we can apply. So because for these 5 years, they work in the snail pace, okay, by law, any city, if they want to get out of county or contract, they're entitled to do it. Okay, and we just want to bring the tax dollar back to West Covina. Okay, we want to bring that directly help into our resident rather than the county control everything and we have nothing. So just want to let you know, and now we're waiting for stay by our right. That's our right. Okay, as long as we have majority city council won't let him back to the city, the tax dollar back to our city, and we want to continue as state to do their job, to give us our revenue, give us our approval.
The various specific provisions that I mentioned only had to do with the things that have already been passed and which are water under the bridge. And so I was simply trying to modify that in order for the money that does remain to be spent in an effort to actually support residents in a meaningful way. So let's say, for example, if this council were to agree to use that money for let's say a health fair or I mean something that would fall within within what is authorized under ARPA, but without wasting the money. That's the thing that I'm looking at.
Okay, I think you have the motion, Mayor. Okay, and
Yeah, and I can motion. I mean, there is a motion, there is a second. For me is if you strike something that's already on here, I know we're going to have, because in past years, residents complain, hey, you didn't put that in the budget. And I remember hearing this. Well, now it's in the budget. Everybody can see everything is, there for them to see. And then if we strike it and then something occurs, we're just going to hear it either way. And right now it's all there. The whole application is currently on hold, but it can be activated any day. And if it does, this is the proposed budget. And I just can't see it being striked out when everybody wants to see things in the books. But we do have a first, we do have a second. Go ahead.
May I ask for clarification, please? I believe Councilman Gutierrez wants us to include the information about the health department in the budget.
Yeah.
And so it's under the city council goals. I'm not quite sure, do I keep it in or do you keep it out? I'm sorry, just simple questions such as that.
A few years ago, residents complained they want to see it. Why are you not transparent? Why is it not shown? Why is it not? And so you put it in there. And so to eliminate, I'm going to hear it again. And I don't want to eliminate something that I'm going to get. I had those issues already in the past. And so that's something, but again, you wanted to vote. We do have a first. We do have a second. It's up to you guys and the council to vote on.
I have a comment. So when you say it's in a holding pattern, we're still spending money, correct? In that holding pattern?
We are currently utilizing ARPA funds. To answer that question, yes. To establish the local health department.
But what are they doing if there's no application?
I'm not quite sure. I don't oversee that particular function, but they are.
And what time did you update the proposed budget with this information? When did you update it to include the health department?
Well, the health department information is included under the city council goals, but I believe the section you're referring to, I did not include that in there. So there's two different sections in which that appears. So one section, I did remove it, and that was under like the long-term, I believe long-term factors, if I may. I removed it from there, but thanks to the assistant finance director pointing out to me that it is also listed under the city council goals on page 25 of the proposed budget.
Yeah, so there is monthly fees that the city's paying.
There have been monthly fees for the establishment, yes.
So it's safe to say that the remaining $41,000 is going to someone's monthly.
We're paying for services being rendered.
What do they do daily here at City Hall?
I don't oversee that particular activities. I'm sorry I can't answer that. I defer it to my colleagues.
And so I think Mayor Pro Tem Cantos brings up a valid point, and for him to even narrow it down like he did is remarkable. And I commend. It's just mind-boggling and remarkable that he was able to pinpoint all that past history. And again, We've been saying that we're developing a health department. We're applying for a health department. We have to do community events for a health department, but the California Department of Public Health disputes that. They say that we're not an applicant, and they have given us no direction whatsoever at all to move forward. So we're expending money, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Cantos brings up a valid point, is that can we use this money for potentially something that benefits the community?
Point of order, Mayor. Can we have a roll call, please?
Point of order. He just he was just allowed to.
What's your point? Hold on.
You were just allowed to.
Hold on. Let me. Because you've called point of orders in the past before, and I'm supposed to say, what is your point of order? And then we can continue. So, Councilman Wu, what is your point of order?
I want to have a roll call. We are ready first and second, and he already repeat himself 10 times. Okay, I hope we can go home, okay, and get this thing over with. And all the director over here, they shouldn't waste their time over here. Listen to our bitching about tiny little $41,000. Okay, so I want a roll call.
So,
do we have agreement? Okay, then roll call.
Point of order.
Point of order. City Attorney, go ahead. What's your point of order?
Point of order. You just allowed him to comment on Mayor Pro Tem Cantos' motion for over 5 minutes.
What is your point of order?
I barely started under 5 minutes, City Attorney, and I'm being cut off. I have a constitutional right to speak.
City Attorney?
Like he was allowed to speak.
Address your point of order to the chair.
I know, but you're the City Attorney that's bound by the law.
I understand I'm the City Attorney, but address your point of order to the mayor.
Can you stop yelling? Are you okay, City Attorney?
Not yelling. The attorney is not yelling.
So, again, you just allowed him to speak.
What is your point of order?
That's my point of order. You have to be fair on this dais. You cannot allow him to speak.
I'm the presiding officer.
So are you going to violate
What is your... Here we go again.
Roll call, please.
I have a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Constitutional right.
What is your point of order?
Equally.
Okay, what is your point of order?
I have a constitutional right to speak equally.
Go ahead and speak. If it's really quick and brief.
Thank you.
Brief.
Thank you. And so, again, I would appreciate if you don't mock how I speak, because I have a disability. So I would appreciate you don't mock my disability.
Your disability.
So, again, we're saying that we're in a holding pattern, but we're spending money on a position that we don't even know what they're doing. And that's a major concern. This is federal funds. There's federal regulations that tie to these funds. And for us to say, okay, we're going to just continue to pay this monthly consultant fee for supposedly establishing a local health department when the state of California's public health department is saying, West Covina, you're not an applicant. And that's my comment.
Okay. So we have a first and a second of striking it. Is there a roll call?
Thank you. To clarify the motion, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, your motion is to strike the comments on page 25 and the comments on page 53. Is that correct?
34, I think.
I have 25 and 53.
53, okay, yes, 25.
Okay.
50,
I
yes.
have a motion by Councilman Cantos, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez, a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to strike the comments on page 25 and page 53 that relate to the health department. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
No.
Councilwoman Diaz.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
No. Motion fails. I'd like to move the motion to approve and forward.
Receive and file.
Receive and file. Oh, it's receive and file.
Second.
No, it's not a receive and
No, it's
file. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's recommendations.
Approve recommendation.
I like to motion to approve staff's recommendation, and thank you so much for all your hard work and the department's directors, everybody's hard work with putting this budget
Instructor
together.
has been critical to this.
Thank you.
Budget, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Do I
second.
have a second?
And, thank you
Roll
so much.
call.
You have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, by Mayor Lopez Viado, a second by Councilman Wu to approve staff's recommendation regarding the budget. Councilmember Gutierrez.
I want to notate for my vote that I do not support the allocation of public funds or federal funds to continue to be used for a health department that the city of West Covina does not have permission to proceed in. We also have an ordinance establishing a local health department. that contradicts with state regulations and laws. And so I want to put that for the record. And so, yes, I approve the overall budget, but I am putting that statement for the record.
Councilman Wu.
I have a question. Can he do this split? Either
You can't.
yes
It's
or
either
no?
yes or no, right?
His vote is yes.
Okay, vote is a yes.
Okay, and yes. Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I echo the same concerns as the councilman from council member from District 1, but also love the rest of the budget and the process and appreciate staff. Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right.
Yes.
On to, no, not yet.
We still have another one.
It's not midnight. Don't worry, it's not midnight. Okay, on to item 7, long-range financial forecast for fiscal year 2031. City Manager, who will present the staff report.
Finance Director Karen Ogawa.
Here we go again. Financial, we're back. All right.
Thank you, Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
for all
guys.
being here.
You guys are great. You're
Bye-bye.
Now you guys can go home. We still
Wear your
here.
seatbelt.
Sorry, would have been done sooner, but, sorry. All right, have a good night.
Well, I do have great news. My presentation on the long range is only 6 slides.
Oh, awesome. All right, let's go.
Okay, so let's do this, right? So thank you for this opportunity to present to you the long-range financial forecast for fiscal year 27 to 31. As you know, we have 104 funds. However, the general fund is the primary fund to account for the city's basic services for public safety, planning, administrative services, parks and recreation. Now, tonight we're going to focus on the general fund. The primary resources for general fund are property taxes, sales taxes, and charges for services, account for approximately 77% of the general fund revenues. Property taxes growth is assumed to be at 3%, as I stated earlier, and is forecasted to increase from 3 to 5% throughout the years. Sales and use tax will also increase at a growth rate of about 3.5 in 27 and to 3.2 in 2031. The CPI, the Consumer Price Index for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim region is 3.4%. You will see that on the slides we'll be applying the CPI to other taxes, license permits, use of money, and due to the nature of other revenues, we'll be keeping those as flat or as zero. The primary usage on general fund salaries and benefits is 64%. Materials and services is approximately 16.4%, for a combined total of 80% of the general fund expenditures. Now, based upon the current and anticipated memorandum of understandings, the MOUs with our bargaining units, we're projecting a 2.8 to 3% rate increase. Professional services are going to be projected to increase at a growth rate of 2%. Pension projections are based upon the CalPERS actuarial reports, and fuel and utilities will be at a growth rate of the CPI, which is 3.42. Now, on slide 4, is the general fund revenue expenditures from 25 to 31. The green bar will represent your revenues. The orange bar will represent your expenditures. And if the revenues exceed that of your expenditures, this is referred to as a surplus. And that is indicated here with the blue line. Again, the blue line represents your surplus, which is revenues exceeding that of expenditures. Now, if you can please refer to the very first column, these set of columns represents 2025 estimate, and we anticipate a surplus of 1.8 million. And the second group of columns represents estimates for 26, which is estimated to have a surplus of approximately 2.3 million. The surplus is primarily due to the property taxes and the ambulance services coming in higher than anticipated, which is offset by some of the other revenues that came in lower. Next, the Texas Roadhouse proposed sale of property of $3 million is not reflected in the 27 budget. Now, since the due date of the agreement is not until later this month, I was unable to include that in the projections. The third through the seventh column represents our forecast. Now, for fiscal year 28, we're projecting a deficit of 2.9, and in fiscal year 30, a deficit of 2.2 million. But understand, because we are building our reserves, we can sustain this deficit if it does come to fruition. Now, in fiscal year 31 is the last set of columns, and we're anticipating the pension costs to increase by $150,000 from prior years, coupled with the primary revenues increasing more than expenditures, which will result in a surplus of $4 million. Again, that's in fiscal year 2031. Moving along pretty quickly. So on slide number 5, before we discuss the fund balances, I want to just clarify, and I'll be very brief, about the different classifications of fund balance. There are exactly 5 categories. So the non-spendable, basically, you can't spend the money, i.e. inventory, prepaid amounts. Restricted funds are exactly that. They're restricted from external forces, such as the government regulations, right? Committed, those are funds that the city council has imposed formal action for us to reserve those funds for that specific type of activity or purpose. Whereas assigned, that refers to funds for specific purpose that was not imposed by the city council, or it could be by our acting city manager. Now, lastly, the unassigned fund balance those are the spendable funds that are not restricted nor reserved for any other specific purpose. So now that we all have a better understanding of fund balance, we're going to the next slide, number 6. And on here you will see that the general fund unassigned fund balance. This column represents the unassigned fund balance, and the blue the blue line represents the unassigned fund balance as a percentage of the general fund expenditures. Reason being, this is the 18% requirement I want to show you in this particular chart. When we look at the first column, which is 24, and we look at the very last column, which is 2030, you're going to notice that it's increased by $5 million. The city's fund balance policy is that we're supposed to have 18% of our general fund unassigned 18% of the general fund expenditures, not including transfers. And again, that blue line represents that percentage. And as you can see, we're projecting the city will meet or exceed the minimum requirement of 18% with the exception of fiscal year 29. Now, with that being said, I'm glad to say that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to go home. I'm tired.
Pretty fast.
Thank you. Council,
job.
do you have any questions?
No. I move the motion to approve. Go ahead.
Okay. Go for it.
You know, we were going through all this, going back and forth, that I didn't get a chance to thank you, Karen. I love the idea that you had these 3 budget meetings that were so informative, and I would think that Jerry Poitras would say it was a good job that Karen did, right? I just think it was a really good job you did, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. And again, it was a collaboration with the acting city manager as well as our assistant finance director.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, well, go ahead. There's a motion.
I move the motion.
There's a second. Roll call.
It's a receive and file. I'll take it with
That's
no
receive and file. Okay.
no objection.
All right. On to City Council reports, AB 1234 conference and meeting. And I know some councils went
yes.
to their meetings, so please go ahead.
Okay, JPIA, but I don't think this belongs to. But it's okay. But I think it's too good to disclose what we're doing. Okay, we went to the Chula Vista to attend the JPIA, the insurance company, that 100 city get together, okay, and put an insurance pool. And then it's so important to us to over there mingling with the 9 city council or mayor. They are currently executive board. Okay. So meaning if they want to kick us out, we will have no insurance. So it's good to Rosario, okay, our councilwoman and our council mayor pro tem, Oli, we all went, okay, and everybody tried differently. Somebody fly over there, somebody drive over there, somebody take the bus, okay, or train. So, but anyway, we all dared to mingling with all the peer, about 50 different cities together. But it's a very educational for JPIA about the information about how much money, how much they pay out insurance. About 63% they pay out. The rest is their reserve. So, and this is a very good educational trip, and it's I think 2 days. And we're over there to learn about the system, and at the same time, I took the picture I shared with the city staff, including the hotline with HR, okay, risk management issue, and some kind of the line that we can call them to get help, so to reduce any potential lawsuit and potential risk. And so anyway, and even the city manager cannot be there, but we still provide information to share with the staff. And the most important thing, to get the resource from JPIA. At the same time, they seeing the city council support this event over there and willing to take all this training and want to reduce the potential lawsuit to the city so we can stay in this pool. So because we have a lot of them are contract city, meaning they don't have police and fire. Speaking true, they don't really like the full service city like us, has a police and fire, and with a big, staff like us. So, but they welcome us and they treat us very, very nice. So we want to continue to stay there. And I know, Councilwoman Rosario maybe want to run for executive board, be one of the 100 city, 9 board member. So hopefully West Covina, or maybe Mayor Poten, Ollie can be the board member too. And I know 5 out of 9 or 6, and I can try to lobby the vote for one of you. So anyway, just want to report out about how this trip was and how we can bring this information and resource to the city. Okay, thank you.
Would both of you, Mayor Pro Tem Contos, you would like to say something?
Sure. Supplementing Councilman Wu, it was an amazing, amazing conference. Not only did we have an opportunity to exchange ideas and best practices with fellow elected officials from across the authority, but we also were able to get to know the staff there who work on supporting all of our cities. And it was just not only was it educational, but it was extraordinarily productive in terms of networking and building future partnerships. So thank you.
Councilwoman Diaz?
I think it was very informative, and I think that our city could really use their help and their guidance. But I understand that our acting city manager is already in contact with somebody there, and I think they offer a lot of good classes. So I think we're doing good with them.
Any other conference, AB 123? No? On to City Council request. Do I have any? Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Yes, I just have one. In the past, we talked about the data centers, and I appreciate this council's support for opposing what's happening in neighboring city of industry. I'd like to ask to modify that, where instead of just sending a letter, that we actually do a resolution. There's some sample language that's been floating around, and I'm wondering if folks are okay with it, if we restructure that letter to being a formal council resolution that staff can present to us with regard to our sentiments that we described previously.
Mayor? Yeah, I don't mind, but I just want to add storage of battery.
Yes, battery storage.
Yeah, this is a major issue beside the data center. I think storage of the battery storage is a potential extremely fire hazard, to the surrounding and the potential and the environmental impact, to surrounding neighborhood too, because that shopping mall, is adjacent to a lot of home. So there's really a potential issue, for the battery. So if you can include in because they try to do data, center, but also add, so we don't know which one they want to emphasize. Possible they want to storage, the battery due to the very difficult to find a place. They can put it in the desert, but they don't want to put that far. So anyway, this is my add-on.
Yes.
Any other council requests? I actually have one. Based on our whole financial budget presentation, I can see the passion with Mayor Pro Tem Contos and Councilmember Gutierrez of putting a tax for specific use of our old buildings and deteriorating buildings, especially for our different fire stations. And I know you both mentioned that, it sounds like, well, it's not sound, you mentioned that you both support it. And it sounded that you believe that if it was worded different or put in special allocation, that the outcome and results will be different. That being said, is that something you both wanted to see move forward and take the lead on this? Because it seems like this tax thing, if you see it differently, that could help the city. It would be great to see 2 council members take the lead and push for something that maybe that city staff or the community had missed. So is this either one of you would like to move and push that?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I love this. The thing that we need to figure is if we as a council were to move forward on proposing a tax and wording it, it's going to require all of us to come together with police, fire, the unions, the residents. I would love to figure out a way to be collaborative. But the additional nuance to that is if we here were to move for it, that would require a 2/3 majority to pass. If it were to be done at the residential level with individual signatures, then that would be a 50% plus one. And so I would love to work on this. Matter of fact, I've wanted to, but I'm just was asked to hold off for a little bit. But it is something that I'm really supportive of. And so if
Can I ask why to hold off?
Well, I guess just there are a lot of other issues that are happening right now, and you know, I mean, I am supportive of it though. So I mean, if this council literally today wants to say, hey, let's proceed forward with working with police and fire, with the leadership and the unions and the residents to come up with something that we all can propose and agree on, I'm eager for us to run with that, because we're the only city in this area that doesn't have a public safety a tax for police and fire. So the devil's, of course, in the detail. But if we were to generate that revenue, that would literally be millions of dollars a year that we could use for increased police, better support for training for PD, and also fixing the fire stations. I think it would be magnificent. But
The reason why I'm saying is because both of you have mentioned, and I you know, based on past, you know, Councilman Wu, I'm not sure if his stance stands. I know he's like absolutely no on taxes.
I want to cut tax.
He wants to cut tax. I've been neutral. I've been always saying whatever the residents want. It's not something that I will push forward or anything. But since I've been hearing both of you pushing forward for this, then it would be like both of your leads and your leadership.
I'll work on
that.
it. Yeah,
so,
I've actually.
But I've been neutral, but I will support you, Mayor Pro Tem Santos. But of course, if this is something, this would be your request, and then I'm assuming council member has a second.
Yes. So we're asking for like a presentation to be brought to us,
Nope.
or what are you asking?
Proceed forward with putting together wording that we would all work on. It would be a collaborative effort where we would work with the residents, that includes the activists in the community, with police, with fire. We come up with language that we could all agree on, and then we can move forward. And then we could move forward in unison together to do this. And if we do that in collaboration from the beginning, rather than just sort of going piecemeal, then I think that I'm optimistic that I think that something can come of it at some point.
So with you both tag teaming and presenting this, I mean, if you believe, and I mean, I would like to see that passion and commitment, but so this would be Mayor Pro Tem Canto's request. And of course, I have to ask, is there a second?
I'll second. And technically, we're not voting on a tax at the next meeting. We're technically going to bring back a report, I believe.
Well, if this body is supportive of it, I would love to convene police, fire, the unions, the residents, and for us to come up with the language together so we could do a unified front. And then I'd be happy to bring that back and see what the council then says.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the same same thing, but to get there, we have to have a
right. It would have to be a collaborative effort.
Exactly.
It's not my idea or ever. It's a matter of bringing everybody together to really work on it, so that way all stakeholders can be on the same page. That's the way to really get this done, and I think that it could, when done that way, I think that it especially can have a real significant traction.
Well, own it. I mean, if
I am owning it, absolutely.
so
This is exciting me. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Yeah, this is great, and because of this approach of bringing stakeholders together to work on it, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So I only brought it up because you guys mentioned it, and I mean, like I said, I have been neutral with tax. I'm not, I just stay whatever the resident wants. I know Councilwoman Wu is like no, and so
cut tax.
Yeah, he wants to cut tax, but I am for. But I'm just, because of what you envisioned and what you said, and if you both are taking the lead and you are pushing forward and moving us forward, and I mean, I will support council colleagues in Denver. Is there any discussions or issues?
I think you need a roll call, right?
Oh, roll call. So first here, second there.
So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Contos, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to collaborate with.
You're
going to rephrase it.
Phrase it properly. to convene all stakeholders for the purpose of determining a framework for doing a public safety tax in support of police and fire. And I just phrased it.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Absolutely no.
Councilwoman Diaz?
I'm sick of taxes.
That's a no. Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
I don't like taxes too, just to put it on the record, but I am supporting their endeavors, a council colleague endeavors.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Sales tax.
if it's going to help the building
Major
and
A,
all that.
major H.
That being said, I am supporting the endeavors of. I want to see what they can accomplish and do, and if it benefits the city, great. And for that reason, I vote yes. So this one moves forward, and let's see what miracles we both can create.
Council comment.
Council comments.
Can
now.
I say something?
Yes.
Okay, really quick. I just say this Sunday is Mother's Day, and then I want to wish all the mother, grandmother, with a happy Mother's Day, and wish you live a long life, happy life, and be healthy. And too bad my mom's not around. Okay, so but my wife, my mother-in-law, still around. So I want to celebrate with them and treat your mom with flowers, shower them with gift, and good food. Okay, and I know, Mayor Pro Tem, your mom, you love your mom so much.
Oh, yeah.
So say hi to your mom. Happy Mother's Day. So anyway, that's my wish to all the mom and grandma.
Any other council comments? Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. I also want to say, I think Karen left, right? I just want to also thank Karen for her hard work. I know she worked late nights to put the budget overall together. And so I do commend her and thank her for her hard and dedicated work. I also want to wish all the moms a very happy Mother's Day. I grew up in the foster care system, so I don't have a mom, but it made me who I am today by having perseverance. And I want to wish all the moms, all the caregivers, all the parents and guardians out there a very happy and blessed Mother's Day. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I'd like to share information that was shared with me by Los Angeles County Commissioner Matt Carranza, who is a climate commissioner working under the Chief Sustainability Office. And it's really something fun. There is actually a grant of $1,000 for a kid who puts together the top video for 3 minutes about climate sustainability and a project that they want to do. I would love for our West Covina kids to be really, really represented in that. And one person from one kid from each district will get $1,000. And so if anybody has any kids or family or grandkids who are around here who would love to receive further information, I please reach out to me and I will provide it. The deadline for doing this, for submitting everything, is June the 5th. And I'll get you, whoever is interested, of further information about that. And lastly, I'm really grateful that Mother's Day has been brought up, because I really want to say publicly how much I love my mom. Sorry. We all have our mothers or people who are mother figures in our lives. And whenever we take the time to care about them and to love them and to be supportive and to cherish them, then that's one of life's greatest gifts. And so, Mom out there, I just love you. Oh my gosh, I didn't really mean to do the waterworks. I just love my mom. And happy early Mom's Day, Mom, and to all the moms out there. So thank you so much. Sorry.
Councilwoman Diaz.
I have to wish everyone a happy Mother's Day as well. All our mothers and grandmas out there, happy Mother's Day, happy early Mother's Day. Have a wonderful day and blessed day with your families and friends. So that's it.
Whose birthday?
Well, it's my birthday, but I can never I can never compete with mothers. So it's like a 2-for-1 as a mother. Thank
So I want to wish the mayor a very happy birthday because I do remember it's on the same period. So.
Thank you, Councilman Gutierrez. I greatly appreciate that. And yes, happy Mother's Day to all. And other than that, is there any other? Well, thank you for ending on a positive note, and I will adjourn the meeting. Have a good night.